Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Y'all are brewheads? Yeah, we brewheads. So pour a glass of craft beer, we can do this. Yeah.
What's good, y'all? This is C-Certified Brewhead, and welcome to episode 220 of Beer and Other Shit, the podcast Adjunct series, ladies and gentlemen. This is the kind of the second part of a catch-up with two brewers who we had on a Business at Beer pod last year, and we had not focused on each of the individual breweries. The first was Lovebird, and now we're going to hang out with this lovely gentleman. So me and Mike hung out a bunch of times. Do you know what? It's not a bunch of times. It was twice, but it feels like a bunch of times. We got to kick it a bunch at the OCB last week before, 2 weeks ago, yeah, which was awesome. It's always a great time of year, which is the Ontario Craft Brewers Conference. And it's where and it couldn't be more convenient because it's the second year in a row in Hamilton, and next year back in Hamilton. Let's fucking go. And it's cool because, you know, all the homies are in town and I get to hang out, and it's a beautiful thing. So we're going to get into the full story. This is I've been looking forward to this for a minute, and we had this excuse me, we had this schedule in the summer, and we pushed it because, and this is a great problem to have, didn't have enough beer. The beer was flying out the door, and in this economy and in this time of craft beer, that is such a beautiful thing to hear. So I'm like, dog, no problem. Let's push it. What's good? So very excited to get into this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me get this right. Make sure I do it nice and smooth. Here we go. Please welcome Uncle Mike from Gather Brewery and Glassworks in the building. Yes, let's go, Michael. How you doing, brother?
Hey,
welcome.
Good. How are you?
Good, man. Great to see your face.
Yeah,
Glad we're doing this. Selling out of beer all summer, eh? What a wicked problem. That's so good, dude.
Interesting problem to have, yeah.
I was genuinely stoked for that. I think that's I don't know, man. It's so much like doom and gloom, generally speaking, across the world, and particularly in craft beer, with a lot of just shit like this is happening. And to have, you know, to actually be like, hey, man, look, I don't have enough to represent the brand as we're going to tonight. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, it was a good feeling, but a bad feeling.
I guess that's
mixed
so.
Emotions.
Was it like you didn't have nothing? You told me what you had, but it wasn't like the exciting stuff.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was like, oh, we're out of hazy. We don't have a West Coast. Like I can send you like a blonde, a red ale, a lager. Like it's, you know, we did the first pod with like some of the contract brews we did, and you know, we wanted to show what we were doing now, you know. But it's the thing with having a smaller system too. It's like you got to be like cranking it out and bringing on other beers on tap and stuff like that. So yeah, it wasn't a problem. Like it seems like a lot of people that come to the brewery are happy to see other beers on tap from other breweries and stuff like that. But it's, you know, they come for our beer too. So when we only have a small selection, it's like not the best. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. And I think, yeah, because you really like leaned in over the last year to the haze, which obviously we're going to talk a lot about. And you put a lot of time and energy and effort into really getting that where it needs to be. So it's cool to. I know we were drinking some the other week, which was super dope, and it wasn't the ideal circumstance because they weren't ice cold, and we were sort of in a place that wasn't really built for.
They were backpack beers, yeah.
Backpack beers, but you know, we got to try a bunch of stuff, which was awesome.
Yeah.
I knew we were going to sit down tonight and actually be able to soak it up a bit and everything. Yeah. So, man, I'm stoked to get into this and actually get the full story, because I think the last one we sort of like we talked about it, but it wasn't quite the same. I want to go like much deeper, and it's actually better for both you and Alex at the love. But both of those episodes, these two, I'm super stoked about because you both have come so far from the last one. And if people don't know, it was episode 9, 10, something like that, of the Business of Beer, around a year ago, maybe last fall. And we were talking more about the bar side of stuff. And I think at the time you just got your system and hadn't set it up yet, if I'm not mistaken.
We hadn't even brewed yet.
Right. So you were doing all the contract stuff, as you mentioned before, and that was what you had. And now a year later, it's perfect, because now you're cranking stuff out. You've got a brewer. You're about to get a beautiful candy machine, but you're already cranking stuff. You're getting a lot of really great feedback from the beers, from the customers directly on tap. Like, starting to make a name. You did a massive collaboration this week, which we're going to talk about. Yeah. Like, dude, I'm happy as fuck for you, man. Like,
thank you.
You deserve it. You've worked so hard for it, and it was cool hanging out. We were at Clifford, and you were telling people about some of the collabs you had coming up, and I was like, man, this is sick. I don't know, like, you were telling whoever we were with, I actually can't remember who it was, and And it was really, really cool to just hear you say what you were doing when a year ago you barely had a system.
Yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying? And now the names, which we can talk about, at least one of them, is like, oh, that's how quick everything elevated in what you're doing because you were so dedicated to the style. So I would definitely want to touch on that, but I'm so happy for you, bro. It's amazing to see. It's just exciting because it's not really something you see a lot with very rarely, and like, you know, there's like Bad Bones and stuff like that, but it's not super common that there's a brewery that within a year of dropping their stuff is less than actually he's doing what you're doing. So once we talk about that, people understand what I'm referring to. Bro, starting with some Crispies.
Let's do it.
This one here, where does this name come from? This is called a Brewer is Never Late New Zealand Pilsner with Motueka and Nelson Sauvin.
That is from Lord of the Rings. That's Gandalf. So we went straight New Zealand with it. Yeah,
Love it.
we're all perfect. We're all fairly nerdy at the brewery. So
hey man,
we actually the original idea for the brewery came up during a Dungeons and Dragons game. So
okay,
yeah.
Well, we definitely need to talk about that actually when we get this full story. This is 4%. You got on the lighter side, which I like, but it doesn't taste even like a fraction less than like 5%, whatever. Look at that head. Look at this beautiful gathered glass that can pour aggressively.
Yeah, you got the right glass for it there. That's perfect.
That's the
you exact. Get that aggressive pour.
It's my favorite thing about the glasses, which obviously we're going to talk about as well. Just being able to, particularly for Crispies, like as we were saying the other week, the girth of your handles is just
very girthy.
The girthiest handles in the game. Is that the episode name right now?
Yeah. Girthy handles.
I'm gonna write it down. Yeah. I'll see how we go. Maybe you might not want your business represented as such, but it's a true fact. And with that, the nose is beautiful too.
Yeah.
This smells like just straight new Kiwi hops. Cheers, legend. Great to have you.
Cheers. Yeah, this is just our I think that we did the Big Pants last time. We did the Pilsner, I think, on the last podcast. So that was the one we were having contract brewed. So it's basically, and we brewed that a couple times over the summer. But we brewed it this time and we were like, let's slap some hops into it and see what happens. Because it's a nice Pilsner, like base recipe. So yeah, put a bunch of Motueka and Nelson into it and it pops nicely. People are enjoying it, and it's still like nice, and it turned out pretty clear. A little tiny bit hazy, but yeah,
a little bit. Nothing too like. I feel like because I got some lights here. Like it's like a touch a little haze in there.
Yeah,
but I don't think I've ever really seen a dry hopped Pilsner lager that's completely clear. I don't even know if it's possible because I think that's part of like obviously what makes hazy IPAs hazy is T90 pellets and stuff.
Exactly.
So great. The nose is awesome. Nice and crisp, super balanced. It's got a nice bitterness, so I bet it's a Pilsner, which is what I want. You want that kicking in there. It's very bright, aromatic, extraordinarily crushable at 4% as well.
Yes, it's very drinkable, which is nice. Yeah. Which is good for us when people are drinking 20-ounce mugs of it at the brewery, right?
And you feel it. These are 20s, right?
These are like, you could probably fit, I don't know, you could probably fit 18 ounces in here, but our Mug Club mugs are like over 20 ounces. So it's nice when they're drinking 4% instead of 6.5s out of there.
Definitely, because that I can imagine that shit gets a little it gets a little crazy, but it's perfect. Yeah, I was telling Tiff, as I was like getting all the glasses ready and stuff, and like I've said it to her before, but I was just explaining it again, just being like, it's so nice to be able to use these glasses and just pour. I used to be delicate with the pours, and then I kind of learned that no, not for Crispies. Like you want that head to be created, and then half the time you gotta stop. When I say half the time, basically all the time if I go too hard. Whereas these glasses, I don't think I've ever had to stop at all.
Unless something's like super carbed and it's going to be like extra foamy or something like that. But yeah, I basically just like dump the beer into them, which is great. You get like a nice thick head on it, which is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So you're doing this in-house?
Oh, the glassware? Oh, yeah.
Sorry, not the glassware, of course, but the beer, sorry.
Yes, yeah, this one's done in-house, yeah.
Okay. How do you deal with, because the system you've got how do you lager it?
So this was actually just lagered in. So we recently got like a 7.5 barrel tank. So this one was like a high gravity brew. So we basically made like a double Pilsner and then watered it down as we were sending it over to the fermenter. And it did actually just lager like in the fermenter for like about a month. So
sick.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know you had the ability to do that in house because what it has to be a specific temperature, right?
Yeah, just nice and cold. Yeah,
Okay.
it's basically as cold as we can get it without freezing it for as long as we can. But I think you know, if it was like a normal Pilsner, we probably would have wanted to send it to the bright tank. But we had a West Coast in there at the time that was cleaning up. So we just kept it in there and pulled a lot of hops off of it. And you don't even really want it to clean up that much because I think we still want some of that hop aroma. And it turned out good. So just trying it like every couple of days and seeing what's up and where it's at, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
I love that. That's perfect. Now, a beer like this, I started this recently. I think like when we're talking about the products, like for most of the time of the pod, I never was like, oh, so where can you get that? So now I'm really trying to be proactive and like, all the beers obviously from the brewery. Can people, is this is a one-off?
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably, this is like the reception's been really good. I think it's probably something we'll bring back in the summer. You know, or switching between having like the normal Pilsner and the hopped Pilsner.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in the summer that would do like really well. It's super crisp and nice and clean, fruity. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, like right now, basically you got to come to the brewery to get the beer. So
okay,
that's the way it is.
No,
we
that's
like
completely
a couple licensees, a couple taps in the area, but until we get like a better, more efficient canning setup, we probably won't be shipping cans out anywhere.
Gotcha.
We would like to, but that's the next step, right?
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. I know that. Yeah, we're talking about that. We'll get to that probably as well. But yeah, you want to keep that integrity. And okay, that's good. So all the beers that we're drinking tonight is brewery only for now.
Yeah.
Oh, my fucking camera's been freezing. It's gonna. I don't know what happened. It just started doing it recently, and I don't know what to do to stop it. You just unplug
EOS webcam utility.
Yes, so I plugged it. What I have to do is unplug it and plug it. You can still hear me. We can keep talking, just telling you what's happening, and then it starts again. So you got to unplug it from the computer, plug it back in.
Yeah.
So some pods it'll do it once and that's it, and some other pods it does it 15 fucking times. So don't know what to do. It's part of the vibes. Okay, beautiful. So this is amazing. I really like this, man. This is like, once again, we had this the other week in like, you know, backpack beers. They were warm, but it wasn't like ice cold.
Backpack beers in plastic cups it's a little different.
It's not. You needed that girthy handle, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
To bring it home. So let's just get right into the story, man. Like I really want to do that. So I don't think we did, but even if we did talk about it on the other pod, we wouldn't have gone the same level of detail. So let's get in. How did you get into craft beer and discover it? And then what was that sort of journey in beer like to the point that you are running a bottle shop / brewery?
So the business, so we've been a glass blowing studio for 38 years. So my dad started the business originally. I started blowing glass when I was like 6 years old. Wow. Started working there when I was like 14, like, you know, in the summers and stuff like that. I did co-op there. I went to Sheridan in Toronto and, you know, filled there and did the crafts and design program. And then I went down and studied in the United States. So basically been doing glass my whole life. Probably had my first beer with my dad when I was like 13 or 14 or something like that, you know? And he was a McClay's guy, Bohemian McClay's type thing, you know?
Okay.
And Doppel Gold, I don't even know if some people will remember that. It was like the Independent had like their own like beer brand. It was called Doppel Gold. I don't know.
Dave's Doppel Gold from Molson?
Maybe Molson picked it up at some point or something like that. But that was his go-to for a long time.
That's it. It says Dave's Doppel Gold Bavarian style. So what is it? I just did lager, but it says Doppel on it. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still around anymore, but
I don't think it is. I'd love to get my hands on one if I could. I'd love to try it now. See what I was drinking back then.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. It's on what's this website? Beer Advocate. So it's status retired.
Yes. Yeah.
Boo. Okay. Sick. So he was drinking. I guess at the time that would have been considered craft then.
I guess, I don't know. I think it was cheap and you could get your hands on it easily. Yeah.
That's awesome.
But so I came back from school and studying in the United States. I kind of was working towards, you know, taking over the business, like blowing glass, running the studio and all that stuff. And then my dad got diagnosed with cancer and he died like 6 months later. So when I was 22, I took over the business, and it was, it was an interesting time too. I think it was it was 2012. So everything was weird in the craft world, and I had to kind of come in and like learn how to run the business. Like I've been blowing glass for long enough that glass was that was like easy part of taking over the business was like, okay, blow lots of glass, great. That's you have to sell it and ship it and deal with it. But taking over the business. So I did that for a long time, and we kind of we changed the business a lot in that time. So like we were doing, we'd go to the United States, we'd do like wholesale shows, meet with like galleries. We were probably working with like about 400 galleries in North America, shipping out glass.
When you say galleries, what, like art galleries?
Yeah, so like art galleries, like shops, like tourist shops and stuff like that. Kind of like anything art, like even art institutes and stuff like that have gift shops and stuff. So lots of stuff like that. And then, we would sell like the little like glass ornaments and like oil lamps and paperweights and all that kind of stuff. But we were probably making like 25,000 pieces a year and shipping them out. We had like 5 glass blowers. So, a pretty big business to take over. And then, stuff has changed with the United States and the craft scene and all these different things. So that was like slowly coming down. So we decided to kind of like pivot and just focus more on like retail with the business and like building, a brand and a customer base and all that kind of stuff. And that's when we started making more like glassware, and we started making kind of like our original. I actually have one of our like very early mugs here. The handle's not quite as girthy as they are now. But this is one of one of the first kind of mug designs that I probably started making when I was like 23 years old.
Cool.
Still alive somehow. So
I love that.
It's sad whenever you lose one of the old ones that you've had for like years and years and years,
Could you fix it because of the studio?
Not really. Yeah. Like, and even just like we've changed glass types so often over the past couple of years, like a clear glass company that makes all the clear glass will go to business. And then if you get it from somebody else, you can mix them together, but you also, there's a good chance it'll just crack and break because they're differently made. Right. It's just one of those fun things with glass.
What if you melted it down? Excuse my extraordinary ignorance. Could you just melt it down and then?
So like if we make a glass piece like this and it comes out of the annealer. So like when you make the glass piece, you gotta like blow it, shape it, do all the stuff, kind of like finish it. And then you put it into like an annealer, which is basically like a giant oven at about 500 degrees. And it just sits in there while you're like loading the oven and it's happy at that temperature. And then about 16 hours, you cool it down and it just slowly comes down in temperature. And then the next day it comes out like good and ready to go. But if we try and cool it down over like an hour or 2 hours, it'll just crack and break. So it's one of those things. So if we do have a piece like that and it comes out of the oven and it's like cracked or something like that and it doesn't have any color on it, then we can like literally, we'll just throw it back into the furnace like that day. At the end of the day, and then it just like melts back into the glass overnight, and then you can use it the next day. But if it has color and we throw it back into the furnace, it'll like tint the clear glass like a kind of like gray color. And we do so much like clear glass that we want it to be like nice and clean and clear, so we don't really throw any colored glass back in.
Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. What about that? And sorry for all the glass questions, but I never really thought about it. You know that Japanese art? I forgot what it's called, where you stick shit back together to make it stronger.
With the gold?
Yes, with the gold.
Yes.
Does that work with glass, or is that like for porcelain, china, or stuff?
I guarantee you, there's probably a conceptual glass artist that does something like that. Yeah, you could use like copper or something and like fuse it back together. Because it has the same kind of like expansion rate as glass. But yeah, it'd be tricky to do. Like I picked up pieces before. So basically you have to like slowly heat them up over about like 24 hours. And then you heat up the kiln a little bit hotter than like normal. And you like basically like kind of stick it onto a pole and quickly go heat it up. And you can kind of like reheal cracks and fix things. But sometimes that piece will literally just like explode when you're trying to do it. So it's not super easy to pick stuff up and fix it. Generally, it's way faster and easier just to remake it. So that's usually what we do. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. And another dumbass glass question: do you get like an abnormal amount of do you cut yourself a lot?
I like never
myself.
No. And I have very you can't see my arms, but I have very little burns or anything like that. Yeah. I probably burn myself more on campfires and like cooking than in the hot shop. So Yeah.
Is that just, I guess even just being around it, I thought perhaps the exposure to glass in general means you probably by default have higher exposure to broken glass.
Yeah.
And therefore injury, but not the case.
No. And more often than not, like in the studio, like if you're gonna burn yourself, it's gonna be on like a piece of metal that you didn't know was hot, more than like, because you're not trying to touch the glass ever and stuff like that, right? But yeah, I find that like a hot piece of metal will burn you a lot worse than like a hot piece of glass. It's weird, but
interesting. It kind of makes sense. Okay, so that was dumb, but I was always just curious about like,
fuck,
would it just be?
Yeah.
It's a little thing. Okay, sick. So you took over the business, making stuff, like started introducing glassware as before it was more maybe arty type of display things, and it became, I guess, it's a passion. Were you into beer at that? I mean, you said you were drinking beer, I guess, but were you into like the craft beer scene in like 2012, 2013?
Yeah, so it's funny too, because before like Untapped and some of these things, I was like, every once in a while I see an old photo of myself from back then. I'm like, oh god, like you're trying to see what beer you were drinking, and you're like, what was I drinking then, right? Yeah, I think originally I got like very into like the red ales, probably around like 2014, 2015 type thing. And then from there, some of the IPAs, you know, started coming out more in this area that were like accessible and stuff like that. But like ever
Westies back then.
Yeah, exactly. But like me and my wife, it's like if we went anywhere, we'd be going to like I'd be like, we'll go find the brewery on the way. Oh, there's a brewery there. We got to stop there, you know? So it was definitely a big interest of mine. And it would be, you know, I'd go to parties and everyone would have like Moosehead and all these like whatever. And I would have like all these random cans of beer that I'd been trying and stuff like that. So yeah. And then got more and more into it kind of like over the years. So the business, when we were doing a lot of like the glassware, we were also doing like a lot of high-end kind of glasswork. So a lot of like installations in people's houses, a lot of like custom lighting and stuff like that. And that all did really well until the pandemic. And then that kind of like all shut down, and people like, there was a peak during the pandemic when everyone was like working on their houses, and we were like, oh wow, like we're doing amazing with all this kind of like high-end work. And then like it just at a certain point, it just dropped right off. And that's when it was kind of like people were more focused on just like functional work, you know, small pieces. Like, I mean, the idea with a lot of the beer and wine and whiskey glasses is you kind of have like a couple special glasses in your house, and, you know, you're going to have a drink at the end of the night or have a friend over and share something with. You can have like it in this beautiful glass that's like special and stuff. And that works well, like with our generation as well. Like I've definitely found a lot of our older customers are like still very interested in kind of like the little trinkety pieces of glass, the ornaments, the pieces to put in the window. But a lot of our generation is like, they want something they can like use that's functional, that doesn't just like sit on a shelf. It's like the experience of like, you know, drinking out of a glass is a lot different than like looking at something in the window, right? So when we did a big renovation, just kind of like mid-COVID, where we expanded our gallery space. So we kind of had like the whole gallery space is basically like an old building. I think it's like 180 years old. And then there was like a bus garage behind it, and that's where the studio was. So my dad actually built a building between the two, and that was like most of the gallery space. But it was like kind of small and kind of cloistered, and we opened it all up, did like a cathedral ceiling, put in beams and stuff like that. Nice. And then while we were doing that, we had the idea of like hosting more events in this space. And I was like, well, if we're going to do that, we should put in a bar. So we like built a whole bar and did that as part of the renovation, and applied for a liquor license. And we started doing, you know, Friday night like happy hours and doing kind of like art shows and stuff like that. But basically you could come in, you could like shop for glass, you could watch glass blowing, because like in that room there's a big window down to the glass blowing studio, so you can like come in and watch somebody blow glass, have like a glass of wine or like a local craft beer, like out of one of the glasses we made, and then hopefully like buy some wine glasses or buy some beer glasses, right? So that worked like really well, and people really liked it. And
what year
the
was
Friday
this?
night.
What year was this when you started doing this?
This was probably like 2022, 2023.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, right around then. And then, yeah, the Friday night thing ended up going like really well. It was kind of like a funny little like speakeasy vibe, where we would move all the stuff. We have all these like plinths with like art and glass all over them, like in the gallery. We'd like push them all over to the side at like 4:00, and then like set up tables, and people would come in and drink and hang out and stuff. Oh, yeah. So I definitely like triggered the idea of like, okay, like this could be, this could be something good for us, this could like help the business grow like in a different direction. And also at that point, it's like we've been, glass blowing studio for like 35, 36 years. And it's like, I was ready for a refresh on the business after just being in glass blowing my entire life. And I think like, the community, as we've seen so far, has like appreciated the change. And a lot of our clientele who, have bought pieces over the years, they've given them as a present and stuff like that. It's like they're coming back now and they can maybe do some glass shopping, or they can have a beer, or they can have dinner. So it's like, it's opened us up to the big clientele that we already had over like a very long time in the area to come and experience like a different experience with what we were called gray art glass before, and now we're Gather. So it's like, it's definitely an interesting thing. And then I think I met with some of my friends, I think it was like 2017 or something like that. And we talked about doing a brewery like as part of the glass blowing studio. So we had this idea like a long time ago. And I think at the time I just wasn't like, mature enough and savvy enough to kind of like figure it all out. And I hadn't done a lot of like building projects and stuff. So since then, my wife's a real estate agent. So we've like bought places and renovated them and, done all this different stuff. And you kind of get a little bit more used to like doing these big renovations and how to set stuff up, how to get the electricians and the plumbers, and how to do a lot of the stuff yourself. So,
Sick.
And then it was basically, we would play D&D like at the studio, like once a month or once every 2 months. And it was kind of like a little craft beer like hangout. So we'd all like collect beers over the month and then bring them and like share all these different beers and stuff like that. And we always talked about the brewery. Oh, we could open a brewery, like blah, 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 all this. And then I like literally talked to one of my good friends there, who's also named Mike. And I was kind of like, do you want to do this? Do you want to actually like start a brewery? Like we can figure this out. We can do this. And we like went and looked at the space and talked about everything. And I think that was in 2023. We probably like decided we were going to do it in the summer. And then I think we announced it in like November-ish that we were like changing the business.
Okay.
And then it was in the next year in like about May that we like opened. So we did all the renovations and everything in between.
So it was only, we did the pod there, some like say October, November last year. So you only opened in May last year then. So you only been open like 5-6 months as the beer side.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was primarily a beer bar to begin with the aim to become, a full-fledged brewery.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we took we have a big industrial area in the back. We basically like built a wall down the center. So it's like brewery on one side and the kitchen's over there now too. And then the glass blowing is on the other side. So that also worked well because we had a lot of space we weren't using anymore, because when we were making like 25,000 pieces a year, we needed like a ton of annealers and a ton of space and a ton of storage, and like the business isn't making that much glass anymore, or not that much, not those kind of numbers. So we were able to like split that space and actually use it for something that's, making us money now, which is nice as well. Right. So,
okay. That's sick, man. And the reason you started as a, the reason you started as a beer bar, was that just to sort of get people used to the idea of coming, even though you already had the speakeasy events and stuff like that, but because you were like high level, Ontario goat shit, like, you had Badlands and Third Moon and all my friends and Fire Balance, all the stuff sort of near where you're at. Was that like, that was a specific thing to cater to your, that was probably like, dudes, like, we got to get the fire stuff now. I can't just
exactly,
like, whatever, right? So you decide, well, that's going to move, and that type of product attracts a certain clientele, particularly like the killer haze, because that was where you intended to take the brewery. Was that
exactly
that ties in? Okay.
Yeah. So it's worked out really, really well for us in like a lot of different ways. Just getting, like, I think we started with like Bellwoods and like certain companies like that, and then worked our way more into like some more of the beers that like I wanted to. And there's a whole learning curve for me too, just figuring out like how to contact Badlands and like get kegs from them, and you know what I mean, the whole thing, right? But yeah, bringing on some of these like well-known breweries, it's like, okay, well, that will help people like come to us, because you can't get some of these guys' stuff like over here on the east coast of Ontario.
It's true, because Nate, so you're in Merrickville, which is how far south of Ottawa?
Probably like 45 minutes to 50 minutes from Nate. Yeah.
From Nate. So I get shit from Durand for Nate and ship it to him.
Yeah.
Because it's easier for him to do that than it is to get anything up there or do full on orders because he only wants one can of stuff. So if you order from any of the aforementioned breweries that, either force 4-packs or, which is fine, or, Badlands has those 12 or 24 packs or whatever that you don't really get to choose, just whatever they've got, which also is fine. So it does actually show that you are fulfilling a pretty serious gap in the market, because if someone on the East Coast has got to whatever, someone in Ottawa has to fucking get some dude 5 hours away,
and then ship it,
then ship it, because it's still cheaper for him to do it that way. For me to go, you pay the extra, just like there's a, what would you call it? Just like the little bit on top of getting it. It's like the convenience fee, which to me is completely worth it, and ship it to him using Net Parcel, which is a pretty good service. People don't use that, and that's still cheaper than actually having to have to order from all the different breweries. He probably, I think he has been down, right? Because it's not that far. Yeah. So I still got to get my ass down there, but at least so it shows that within people within driving distance of you there, including people from Ottawa, that's pretty sick, man. That you're able to fulfill that, and then now implement. Now they're going to keep coming because those breweries have a strong fan base, as you know, because you and I are those fan base. And people keep coming back for that stuff. And then they're used to coming in. And then you're like, hey, now I got this gather fire here. And you've got all this. It's a pretty sick plan, dude.
Yeah, and it's funny because none of it was a plan. So
oh yeah,
it all just like a lot of it all happened organically. Well, even in doing that, we found, so I was getting in all the haze. Like I remember one time somebody came in. It's like we had 2 West Coast on tap, and they're like, "Oh, interesting choice to have like two Westies on tap and like 4 other IPAs out of 8 taps." But then we had a lot of people come in from the local community that were like, "Oh, like we need a lager, we need a Pilsner, we need a red ale," and I was like, "Oh wow, I didn't even know people were drinking red ales anymore," But like I think I said that on the first pod. It's like, yes, there's a thirst for it in Merrickville. So
I want to just add to that. I don't know if we talked about this the other week when we were hanging out. It comes up all the time on the pod, and if I'm at a brewery, I couldn't even tell you how many times it's come up where people are like, "Yo, we can't not have an amber on, otherwise people lose their fucking minds." Like breweries that you wouldn't expect. Obviously, people aren't really going to Third Moon or Badlands or whatever for that type of stuff, but kind of everyone else has some sort of an amber ale. They're fire. I actually really love them, and yours was really good. It is strange that when you and it typically skews older. It's all the older folks.
Yes, absolutely.
Like Boomer Plus.
Yeah.
Which is, I like it because it shows that they're like open to craft. Because just like you, my first favorite style was an amber ale in 2011. Because I was like, what is this? It's not too much, but it's like just maltier than a regular lager. And it's fascinating because caramel, it's like apple, and like all these cool flavors without like turning you off too much. So I kind of find that maybe that generation kind of gets to amber and then like found my beer, I'm good. And I don't need to explore anymore. Give me these fucking ambers. It's funny, but hey, it's pretty. Even though, and I think it's even funnier that you intended to make beer. Is that a fact that you intended to make beer that you're making now? That was the intention, was haze and Westies and
exactly. I literally thought we were going to just mostly make that, but it is interesting too, because to give them all like credit, there's a lot of guys that came in, joined the Mug Club, started off with like lagers, moved to red ales, and now I come in and see them and it's like, yep, they're having a pint of the glass blower, like they've fully come around to like haze, and they're like, oh, West Coast is amazing, like so it's definitely like an interesting thing, like, and people that might not have gone to like a lot of breweries and stuff, right? And they're like, oh, we'll go check them out, and they try that, and then they come back and they try something else, and try some variety, and then they slowly move towards like other stuff, and they might have like have a hazy, then go back to a red ale or something. But there is a lot of them that have like come around to more of like the different styles, which is cool as well. But cool. But it was really interesting. It was almost just like research and development, like getting up other people's beers in. It was good for me to be able to like try all the different beers and see what the current styles were doing and how they were doing them, what hops they were using, all that kind of stuff, right? And then it was only 2 or 3 months after we kind of like just opened the tap house and had other people's beer on that we got the big beer fridge and started stocking everybody's cans as well.
So it was draft only to begin with.
Just draft to start. Yeah, exactly. And then we had so many people coming in from farther and farther, coming from Ottawa, and like we got on Untapped, and that worked as well, and started posting all the beers that we would have and stuff like that, and people would see that and then come. So it was good, and then that gave us some good ideas too. It's like it's a little bit different with the brewery now. Like we're not getting quite as much of the different beers in, because we basically have we only have space for one, big ass beer fridge, and it's mostly full of our beer now, right? Which is great. But we've retained a lot of that customer that was coming, for a lot of that stuff. And we still get some stuff in, especially like special releases, like anniversary stuff. But like at the start, it was just like completely jacked full of hazies, doubles, triples, squads, like whatever we can get our hands on. And even now, it's like, even if we get a Third Moon release, that's like a triple, it's like we fly through it way faster than like. And I did get some other, like I got in some lagers from other breweries, and they would just sit there and like not move. So it was an interesting thing for sure.
Right, and the only way to really find that out is to just throw shit at the wall, like test, get some stuff, and then you're figuring out, okay, that's interesting. So when you started brewing, did you like take that what the consumers were sort of after and then make those styles? Like, was that the approach? Like, you were like, all right, well, nobody really cares about lagers, and we wanted to make haze, and everyone really loves. Did that? Because I guess the idea is to fulfill the need that people are coming in and buying other breweries and now just buy your stuff. So did you try and do that at all, or was it just kind of like, was that a separate beast?
Yeah, like our first beer was the first glass blower, so the first like hazy IPA. That was the first thing we brewed. So I think we brewed in November, released it in December. That was like the only beer we got out of the tanks that year, even though the equipment was like in there and ready to go in the spring. But and then I think the next beer we brewed was like the Dunkel. So we went straight over to that, and like the reception on that was like really, really good. And then it's just been one of those things of like it's like we only have 8 taps, so you're balancing the tap list so that you can get like anybody to come in and there's going to be a beer that they want, right? And at the time too, it's just like I was listening to lots of podcasts, watching lots of stuff about running tap houses and restaurants and all these different things, and it's like at the same time we did like one of my good friends is like a wine importer and sommelier. So I was like, oh, like we should, like I can't remember, we had some, we had Ontario wine, but it was like I was choosing it and I don't know shit about wine. So, it was fine. I think it was okay, but it wasn't like the most refined wine list. So we started working with him, and he started bringing in like all of these amazing wines, and that worked really well, because then now it's like, okay, we've got beer, we've got wine, we get like cider in. I think with our license, we can't do cocktails, and we don't really want to get into it, but just making it so that like, if there's one person in the group is like, yeah, I don't like beer, it's like, they won't come. Right. So working on stuff like that, where it's like, there's something available for everyone. And it's like, right now we generally run everything trying to like continuously balance our tap list of like, yes, we need like the amber malty beer. Like we either need Dunkel on or like Rusty Rambler. Like it always has to be there. There always has to be a stout, or else people are mad. So it's like, and then you can have a West Coast and hazy and pale and all that kind of stuff, and a lager. But yeah, just balancing it so it's that people come in, like they can have something they want, with a limited tap list too.
Of course. Does everything you brew you can and keg it? You do both? Yeah. So people they'll always be, obviously, maybe if the kegs will kick and there'll be some cans left, or vice versa, that happens.
Yeah,
right? But
exactly.
Okay, interesting. Speaking of the Munich Dunkel, shall we?
Let's do it. Absolutely.
I really enjoyed this one. You already know. You already know the girth handle. This is the OG.
Oh, nice. Yes, the tankard.
The tankard. I love this glass so much.
That's a good one.
Yeah, this was the first one you sent.
We don't even make that one anymore.
Really?
No, because the like Czech style one, this one just sells so well. People love it, and I find like the design a lot better. This is a lot lighter than the tankard. The tankards are really hard to make. Like they're very, very thick and girthy. Oh, yeah. So yeah, there's a weight difference there for sure.
I like a girthy, Mike.
Yes, yes, don't we all? Yeah, so that one, just like when we released that one, and that's the one we use at the bar as well for when we have like a Pilsner on. So it does very well.
Hell yeah, I love that. Okay, that makes complete sense. So this is the Dunkel Bernstein. What's the name about there?
So Bernstein, that's just like it's our like amber glass color we use.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so it's like like all our colored glass comes
it says
from,
it right here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got untapped up, so of course it's
yeah, it comes from Germany.
Cool.
So all the glass names are always in German. So Bernstein is like our amber we use in kind of like an iris mix we make, which is like a nice different shades of like gold and like brown and stuff like that. So it's actually like very similar to the color if it's in the right light.
But okay. I feel like it makes it look pretty dark just because of the
yeah.
But look at that. Look how much head fit in that shit, dude. It's so
there you
sick.
Go. That's what we want.
Woof. So you get these photos. You can start sipping. Now we drank this the other night. Now I'm excited to actually get into this properly and do the review and stuff. Tell us about the beer. So it's 4.7% Munich style Dunkel. Nice and it's got like pouring like a nice kind of like deep brown here with a really big like kind of like beige or tan head.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean it's a very nice beer. It's super malty. It's nice and roasty. This one we actually sit in the, so we go through fermentation, do everything, let it clean up. We move it to the bright tank, and it's, we only have one bright tank, so it's kind of selfish to leave it in there for a long time, but we usually leave it in for like about 5 weeks until it like really cleans up and refines. And it's definitely, it's like a fan favorite. Like a lot of people really love it. I feel like it fits with a lot of people, like people that maybe if we don't have a stout on, it kind of has like a lot of that, like stout character to it in some ways. It has that like dark beer quality.
I can see that, brother. Cheers. The nose is just straight caramel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I love it. It's great, especially like this time of year. We released it kind of like around Oktoberfest.
Perfect.
Yeah, and it worked really well. And yeah, people they crush it. They love it. So it works great. Yeah, and we usually try and like we ran out of the Rusty Rambler, like our red ale, like right before we released it. So this is kind of on for like the amber ale type thing right now. But yeah, no, it's really good. It's a great fall beer.
It totally is, and it tastes lighter than it looks. Like for people who are maybe a little apprehensive about dark beer, and probably if you listen to this pod, you're into it. But the folks who are coming in, like you might look and be like, "Oh," I'm like, "Nah, bro, it's like super light." Like I said, 4.7.
Yeah, like it's pretty crushable. People come in and drink 20 some ounces at a time of it. So yeah,
easy, not too sweet. Great creaminess, creamy body.
Yeah,
little nutty. Yeah, toffee, caramel.
Yeah,
money. Exactly.
There's a nice like caramel, a little bit roasted caramel flavor to it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's now you said you dropped it for Oktoberfest, but it's sort of but it's kind of a year-round-ish thing where it alternates with the amber.
I think so. Like I think we just made it. When did we release? I think we released it in like February.
Okay.
And that was basically because at the start, so before we did, before we got the brewery going, I think I homebrewed kind of like 4 times in total. So I hadn't done a lot of brewing, and we kind of like launched the brewery and did the whole thing. And we like, I interviewed some brewers. We were looking at hiring a brewer kind of like right off the bat. I kind of found someone that I liked and I wanted to work with. And then it just took so long to get the licensing going and all of these things like lined up that eventually I was kind of like, well, like, let's revisit this when we're actually allowed to brew, instead of just kind of like leading him on to think that he might get hired by us like at any moment,
Right.
So we had like one of my friends come in and brew the Dunkel, and I kind of like helped him, but it was like one of those things like we were still just figuring everything out with the system. We were still kind of like missing some parts that we needed for brewing. So we're kind of like figuring it out as we go. So I think he just wanted to brew a Dunkel. So we released that in February, but it'll probably be like kind of like a fall release. But we're considering brewing it again right now because everyone's liked it so much. It's like it would do well. And just timing it, like if we did alternate with the Rusty Rambler, I think it would kind of like fill the same niche and keep things different, which is nice,
Yeah, that it makes sense, and I feel like a Dunkel is like. I really, really enjoy them. I love dark lagers, and I feel like it's probably the least common style that I'd see around.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I haven't
kind
seen a lot of them.
Yeah, no, not
Which
really.
is great because I love it. It's really good.
Fun.
I probably only tried a couple before we actually brewed it. So
Okay.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you're, oh no, you're dude. They're awesome. This or a Tamavi, like, or a Schwarzbier or something. Like,
Yes, yeah,
I fuck with that. So I like, if the optimal situations in any beer drinking session, I would like to have a like a blonde lager, dark lager, and then move into
yes,
IPAs and stuff,
yeah,
just to balance it out. That's why when you suggested this order, and you already pre-thought of it, which is sick. I
yeah.
was, as soon as you said it, that I was like, no. This is like my optimal situation.
Perfect.
Like particularly a dry hop lager and then like a dark one.
Yeah,
Even in the summer, it's
yeah.
as
Good
glorious.
setup. Yeah, it's probably something. I mean, I think we're looking at getting more taps.
Okay.
Like as we up our capacity and we're actually like able to do that. And it'd be nice to have it on all the time. It's just if we can keep up with it,
Totally
Yeah.
understood. Once again, great problems to have, eh?
Yeah. The system's like 3.5 barrels, so it's not huge. And then getting the big fermenter, well, it's not big for everybody. It's big for us.
Right.
Like the 7.5 is great. You can just, it helped our output like a lot. And then the other tanks are like 3.5 and 4.5, and then we've got like a 4.5 barrel bright. So we've got space to add more tanks. It's just finding them. And man, I see awesome tanks come up in the United States at like a great price. And right now it's like, what is it going to cost to get it over the border? Like, is there going to be a tariff on it? Like, I'm trying to talk to some other breweries and see what they're dealing with. But so we've been basically just like looking in Canada, and there's only so much coming up like in the area and stuff like that. Right. So hopefully more stuff comes up, that we can expand a little bit more, or we'll just have to bite the bullet and get it from the United States,
Yeah, I mean, even if there's nothing here, it's either that or get it from China or whatever. Like, get it new, and it's probably going to be cheaper to get it secondhand and then pay the duties, if any.
Yeah.
Like, I can imagine worst case would be, my guess, like 100% tariff or something.
I have no clue.
Yeah, everything's sorry, not tariff, duty, not tariff, duties. Yeah. I don't think it would be tariff because you bought it there. It's like if you were here and you bought it from there and it was being shipped up, then there would be a tariff. Like the like for some reason now, a lot of clothing that I'm buying, sometimes beforehand it was $20 to ship it from here, and then all of a sudden it's like 100.
Yeah.
So I've got an address in Lewiston, so I just, whenever I do it, you have it pre-saved, and you just like, American address, all right, Canadian address, fuck, okay, fine. And it's like, they don't really, because I'm fine, they don't charge you on any of that stuff, but I got to pay to pick it up, so then you got to weigh it up. So I feel like it's like, it'd be more that, like a duty at the border, because it's obviously over any spending thing, and it's a business purchase, and as opposed to that. But okay, that's really good. But speaking of the system, I don't know if you can say where you got it from originally, because I thought that was like a real cool part of the reason what you intended to brew on it. Kind of, it couldn't have been a better system to purchase.
Like the guys down, or what are you talking about, the system we're on right now?
Yeah,
this one's from Florida that we're on right now.
Oh, what happened to the Badlands one?
Oh, that was just fermenters.
Okay.
Yeah. So I went and bought a couple small like SS Brewtex, like 150 liter like fermenters and bright tanks from them. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was
the whole system, the whole original first system. Okay.
Yeah. No. The brew house is from Florida. Most of the other tanks were from Focal, where I think they're in Hastings. We got that from them. Hastings, Ontario. Yeah. We got the fermenters and the bright from them, and then I went and picked up a bunch of the small little Badland tanks and used those for a bit.
Gotcha. I've heard of Hastings, just seeing where that's at. Okay, co-author. Okay,
it felt good brewing some hazies into those tanks, though.
Yeah, man, I bet it's like made for. It's like Third Moon got Boundcat's old tank, so it's like you getting that. I just think it's like exactly where those tanks are meant to be. Like passing them on to someone else is going to keep making the similar styles and take that haze energy out of those tanks and keep it pushing.
I only put hazies in there. Yeah.
Good fucking man. Good man. So okay, so you got the tanks and you got that going. Started brewing. The first one was the haze. Now the other part of the story, and tell me if I've got this correct, if I recall, it was Ryan from All My Friends who was really helping you early on because you connected with them because you're not too far away.
Yeah.
And they were really big supporters of you. I mean, they've helped, from what I've heard, they helped June Hopper as well, like do their thing, and like even Ryan came up with the name. And they helped you as well. Do you want to maybe speak to that? Because I think that encapsulates any beer scene. It's like the most beautiful part of it all is that like, you're technically a competitor. He's like, no, man, let me help you out. Let me show you how to do this shit fire. And
yeah, I think that was interesting coming from kind of like the glass blowing world. I wouldn't say it's like cutthroat or anything like that, but I think everyone there kind of like it's like very like competitive and pricing, and it's just not like as friendly. And I think at one point I was messaging about that, like when we were first kind of getting into it, and I was like, wow, everyone's like so nice and friendly and not thinking I'm like trying to take over their territory or something, you know? And that, you know, that's been probably one of the most amazing things about getting a lot of these breweries like on tap and in the bottle shop and stuff, is we've developed like friendships with these like other breweries like very quickly, and got our name out there, you know, with them, and you know, messaged and hung out and stuff like that. We did some tap takeovers with like all my friends, and Fine Balance, like Andrew at Fine Balance has been awesome too. He'll come in, like quickly try the hazies and like give us pointers, and then be like, okay, I gotta go, see ya. Like, you know, he's great too. But yeah, Ryan did some tap takeovers and we chatted about a bunch of different stuff. And yeah, he's great. You know, he's super friendly and super positive, which is awesome. Yeah, so that it was you know, bouncing ideas off of them, like showing them the system, talking about what we want to do, where we want to take things and stuff has been like very interesting. It's like I probably text with Ryan like once a week, just being like, oh, this and this and this, or like, oh, your last beers were amazing, or like, you know, all this different stuff, right? So yeah, it's been great. And I got to actually hang out with Rob a good amount at the OCB conference, and it's like he's so dialed in. It's amazing. I love it. Like
Rob's the best, man.
He's so stoked right now. It's great. Yeah.
I'm so happy for him. He had the session next to us when we did our preso, and his was on haze, which was perfect.
Yes, I went to that one. Yeah,
as you should have. It was money. I love it. It was Ram too. I hear like it was.
Oh yeah,
because everyone's just like when you hear this guy, the level of dialed is insane. Like
very dialed
in the last 3 years. It was already great off the rip.
Yeah.
But just that level of improvement is so crazy. They're so fucking good. So I really like that. I love that you got all that help. So how did you guys, like, being that you said you only homebrewed a few times, like were you doing the brewing the whole time?
So yeah, so the first probably like the first 4 or 5 brews, I just like shadowed them and watched what they were doing. And
so who's them?
So there's 2 of my friends that work at other breweries in the area.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That you know, so they came in, they like went through everything with us. Once we finally got everything we needed to kind of brew, like one of my friends was like bringing some parts from like other breweries to like help us like be able to brew that day so that we could do everything properly. Amazing. So once we got all properly set up, yeah, I shadowed with them for a bit. And then in March, I started like, you know, I was kind of like thinking like, oh, you know, they're going to come like once every 2 weeks and brew a beer. And then I can do the fermentation and all the cellaring stuff. And then they got like busy, and I was like, okay, I guess I have to start brewing the beers. So I, you know, just went at it and started doing it. And then, yeah, basically until about, like, I think about a month ago, we hired like a part-time brewer just to help out. But most of the other beers I was brewing. So yeah, it was a very, very interesting experience going from, you know, very small, like homebrew kit to the, you know, the 3.5 barrel system. But, yeah, no, it's been good. It's been a lot of fun. I'm definitely like one of those people that like rapidly researches stuff and watch videos and loves to like learn new things. And I think glassblowing also like works with that. It's like it's one of those, you know, you're coming from like a very big area of craft where you need to create these, like, summon these things out of glass, right? There's like a really massive learning curve for that. Like it takes people about like 6 or 7 years to get good at glass blowing, and I've kind of had to like train my brain to learn new things very quickly with it. So the brewery world has been a lot of fun. Just like it's so deep. There's so much to it, you know? Yeah. So it's like, I've definitely fallen in love with that side of the whole thing, which has been a lot of fun. But running the business and having young kids, and, you know, I still have to blow a whole bunch of glass. Like right now it's Christmas time. We're like little, I always say we're like little Christmas elves right now. We're just like making everyone's Christmas presents and doing all these ornaments and, you know, presents for people and custom orders and stuff. So it was definitely, that was one of the reasons over the summer that we like ran out of beer. It was just like, you know, both my kids are off. Like I'm trying to go in and check fermenters. I'm getting in for a brew day. But like, you know, you gotta spend time with the family. So yeah.
It's just got to balance out. That's totally fair. So I guess I'm sure over time you'll sort of figure out a rhythm and be able to kind of keep up. And
Yeah.
Oh no, but you got someone brewing now, right?
Yeah. So we just hired a part-time brewer. Yeah.
Sick.
And he's working out well so far, which is great. Giving me like good support. And I definitely, you know, I was even talking to like Chris and Bebo the other day at Third Moon. It's just like, you know, it's like they have to be running the business, you know, like I'm sure they'd love to just hang out there and brew and like do everything, but it's like once it gets to a certain level, like you need somebody to help them coming up with ideas and doing any marketing and advertising and stuff like that. And now that we're doing more events and all these different things, it's like, you know, you need to be focused on all of those things and not just like brewing out beer, right? So I still love doing it. Like I'm hoping I can kind of get in there and like try out some new recipes and get in there like a little bit, but it's been very nice having a little break, especially as we're like ramping up for Christmas and stuff. So
totally. So
yeah.
then are you going to still be coming up with the recipes, or is the brewer going to be doing
I think we'll do like kind of like a mix.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll do like a mix. Yeah, he's got something he wants to try. I mean, it's been really fun kind of bringing over like some of like more of the artistic side of glass blowing over to like the brewing, where it's like the glass blower, we just kind of like fuck around with the recipe and just do whatever, you know, and try out different things and, you know, learn as we go and stuff like that. And it's been nice too, because if I kind of like mess something up, I can kind of be like, all right, you know, it's an experimental series, right? But like, yeah, if we want to try something different, you know, like we're perfectly comfortable doing that, and people seem to like to come and try different stuff. So it works out pretty well.
That's cool, man. That's like a nice way to balance it all out, to sort of keep. What sort of percentage then is your beer versus other brewers? So like on tap, is it 100% Gather products?
Right now, we only have one tap that's not ours, and it's because we, for some reason, always have to have Bubs on, or else people get mad.
Oh, yes. People don't know that's the soda sour from...
we have like a big,
friends.
like when we get cases of Bubs in, most of them are already like pre-sold to people. They just love it. Yeah. There's a big thirst for Bubs in the area here.
Okay.
So, yes, we went, I think in July, it's like we went through like 6 or 7 kegs of it, and like, a lot of cans. Yeah, people love it. So like we have another beer ready to release, but we need to get through this Bubs first before we can do that. So,
okay, that's fair. And then in the fridge, what's the percentage?
So right now, it's probably like 90% Gather. So yeah, we had like we got decimated in July and August, and so we definitely like caught up a little bit now. And we're like, I'm contemplating, people are coming in, they're like, oh, are you getting those guys in? Are you getting this in? And I'm contemplating getting another fridge, but it's such like a tight space. It's like, do you get a new fridge and get rid of a table, and then you don't have that table for the whole year? And will you make more money like having that table than having the fridge there? It's hard, it's hard to know. And also it's like, it's kind of good just to be fluid with it. Like over the summer next year, if we get really busy and we can't keep up, then I'm more than happy to put other people's beer on tap and have their cans in the fridge, And I think, it's one of those things where sometimes things like sit too, like sometimes you get something in, you pay top dollar for it, and it doesn't necessarily sell. Or if like the Untapped and the beer nerds don't come in for a while, then it sits there for a bit, and then when they come in, it's like not, it's not fresh. So then we end up drinking it, which is wonderful, but
that's
not financially responsible.
Not particularly.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that makes sense. I was just trying to look for a picture on your Instagram right now for what the fridge looks like. I was like, could you do, and you might already be doing this, so excuse me if this is something, but like only put like one, instead of like, maybe do you have like the whole case in the fridge or something like that takes up like a width, or could you put like just one of each and you keep the rest in the cold room or something like that to be able to have some more real estate?
Yeah, we have like, it just depends. It's like, sometimes when we're really busy, it's also a lot for the staff to be like continuously reloading the fridge and stuff. So usually we'll have like a couple racks of like 3 racks of like the hazy. It depends on what's selling more at the time. Yeah, it's one of those, we're just like looking at it and trying to figure out, seeing where like the sales are at it. But it's also, you know, I think right now we have like 8 different cans in the fridge, and when people come in, like they're mostly just grabbing our cans. So it's you know, and if we had another fridge that was full of visiting breweries, like maybe that would do well as well. Like it's hard to know. We're in the new phase now. Like I think at one point we were talking about it in your maybe it was even on the last podcast, and you were asking if we were going to keep doing it like once we had more cans available. And it's like, you know, it has to financially make sense, and it has to like. Yeah. I also just like, I don't want to sit on like a triple IPA for 3 months before we sell it, you know, like it needs to be moving and people need to be coming for it and, you know, getting it when it's fresh. So we'll test it out. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I as you were saying that, I was like, oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Having like a separate smaller fridge or something just for like guests. So separate, then you got that whole fridge just for your stuff.
Yeah, I think Dominion City does that. They have like a little fridge in the front with like visiting beers and stuff like that. And then obviously they have like their big fridge with all of their beer.
I think they have a separate entrance because it's called like Dominion and Friends or something, because you have to have a legal separate entrance to, if you're a brewery, to have like a bottle shop.
Yeah, for some reason we don't have to, but
yeah, I don't know what the deal is. It could be just something where because they're industrial. It could be something like that. But I don't think they go super hard. Otherwise, Nate would go there and not ask me to get stuff. As far as like keeping up to date on all the newest releases, like it's kind of like they get some stuff here and there type shit.
Yeah, no, and I think that's also something I wonder. It's like you know, if we had a smaller fridge that just had like a little selection, would people even come for that, or would it be worth it to do that? You know, or is it better just to take out all the real estate with our own cans? And that's the thing too. Right now, it's like we're canning on like a very manual canning machine, and it takes like a long time to can, and you know, hand labeling and everything like that. And once we get upgraded to a faster canning setup where everything's done, you know, like 5 times as fast, and we have more cans available, it's like, well, we should probably just be focusing on moving our own beer and making the highest profit margin on it. You know, it's just one of those things. But if we were able to, I would also be happy because I get to try all these beers too. So, you know, it's like, you know, it's good. It's research and development, right? Yeah.
Like actually though, like you need to be up on it. I feel like that's my main problem. Like aside from the pod, I kind of just feel like I need to be up on stuff. So if I wanted to take like a break, I don't really know how, because it's like there's a compulsion to keep wanting the new shit, as we all feel that. Yeah. And then there's like, wouldn't it be sick to just like take some time? Pods aside, I'm just like, but there's just so much stuff. I don't know if I can like feel that FOMO. And I feel like if I'm going to be talking to people, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I haven't had that. I don't really know. What are they doing? Like, you know, you're not really up on it. You kind of feel like an idiot. So, and you too, you want to know what's happening, what hops, what's this new experimental shit, like, you know, that forward thing that Yakima dropped. What's that all about? And, you know, you need to taste these things. And then, because you know the dudes, you could just text them, yo, I'm drinking this, bro. Like, what's that about? You know, everyone's forthcoming and they'll tell you what's up. But yeah, I totally feel you. It's as you were sort of talking about this as well, like, once you get the canning machine, I know you've basically got one coming relatively soon. There's no time.
I don't know when, but hopefully soon. Yeah.
It kind of would make more sense to just rock your shit. It's like you've just sort of like transitioned into strictly gather stuff. It just like when's it profit margin, of course, but also it's just, I don't know. This is the stuff that you're making. This is what you're trying to do, and it was a beer bar to segue into that, and you can still do fun tap takeovers from time to time as well. I'm sure.
And you know, like anniversary releases or something like that, like special releases, is like, oh, we're getting them in, you know, like, and like let people know, right? And like even there's a lot of people when there's new releases coming out that we are getting in, they'll message on Instagram and be like, oh, I want 4 of those or whatever, right? So sometimes we get into shipping and like half of it or more is like already sold, so that works well as well. But I think it's kind of like going the same way as the taps, where it's like, I mean, like, you know, Bubs does really well. We have like a lot of different like fine balance beers on, like in the fall there, like their pumpkin, what is it called, Off the Vine or something like that.
Oh yeah.
It's like just a delicious, like, I don't like a lot of pumpkin beers, but that's one that I can like wrap my head around. It's really good. You know, we had Godspeed on tap for a bit there in the fall, and that was really nice. And it's like, if there's ever a tap line open, it's like, I'm super happy to get something interesting and cool and that people will come for. But even sometimes people, you know, they come in and it's like, even if we have like 5 or 6 of the taps or something like that, it's like they're only going to drink our beer because they're at our brewery and they want to try our beer, right? So it's one of those things where it's good to fill in and like take up some of the consumption, but you know, if we can keep all 8 tap lines on next year for us, like that would be great. But if we can't, then you kind of like roll with it, you know?
So it's almost like the other stuff is like the gap filler.
Yeah,
just to sort of make sure that you got shit in that sort of meantime. Yeah, that just makes more sense, I reckon, long term. And people will slowly wean off the idea of that. But then if maybe you just get the big drops from the other people because you want to have it too, so it's a quasi selfish thing, or you do a tap takeover for a weekend, and I'm sure they'll tap out pretty quick and then switch right on back or whatever. And if maybe you could do say if you like, I don't know, whatever, Badlands does an anniversary thing and you get all 8 beers or whatever the fuck on tap. And then you have your stuff that you can sell for can pours out of the fridge. So if people do want to get a pour of the amber, I'm like, don't worry, bro, we got it in cans. You're good.
Yeah,
exactly. Tap right now. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting balance for you, but it's still pretty early days, I guess. All things considered, it's been about a year of brewing. You said November last year, released in December, so a year of brewing, less than a year of releasing your own stuff, like that you brewed on site.
Yeah.
So it's work in progress, and whatever people just. I'm sure you're just a community hub at this point, and then people are just happy to come there. Whatever you end up doing, they're gonna be like, "All right, cool."
Yeah, exactly.
And your beer's only going to get better and better, which is
that's the plan.
The one thing I did as I forgot to mention this. I forgot to talk about this as well. Beforehand, I wasn't even going to bring it up, but because I forgot about it. But I'm very glad. You did this sick collab with Fine Balance in June.
Gorge,
dude, that was such a great beer.
Yes, it was really good. Yeah.
How did that happen? It was their side, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's something that we've that was extremely helpful for us. Just like keeping up with our smaller system. So doing a collab there, you know, and then buying a whole bunch of kegs and a whole bunch of cans from them and having it like in stock for a while. It was great.
Sick.
And the Forge, that was an insanely good double. I have I'm such a fanboy of Fine Balance. They do a great job. Andrew's so nice. He's such a great guy. Like their staff there, like Jamie's amazing. She's an awesome bar manager.
Mitch is cool as hell.
And my brother's in Kingston, so he goes there all the time, and we've gone there before. And they're awesome. Some of the releases this year have been like really fucking good. So and that double was delicious. Like it did really well for us, and it was a great beer.
Was that your first collab?
So that was for our anniversary. So we actually did a collab with Bridge Masters. They're in Perth. We did like a light lager with them.
Okay.
So that's one of my friends that works. He's the brewer there at that brewery. And then we did that with Fine Balance. Yeah.
Yes. And okay, those were was there a third anniversary beer?
I think we released like a triple IPA, a raspberry wheat, double IPA, and a light lager. Yeah.
Okay. Very good look, man. When I saw that, I was like, oh, that's like it's such a good look to have the Fine Balance collab at the stage that you were in. So you'd been releasing beers for like 6 months ish. Yeah. And obviously you'd already had those relationships as you explained. But obviously I thought it was extra dope because it was so early on, but they must have been impressed enough, because I imagine a brand like that is not just going to collab with anybody. Like Fine Balance they seem, you know, they're very good. They do a lot of like community collabs and all that stuff. Yeah. But you're outside of their community, so they didn't have to do it. And I thought it was like, oh, this is awesome, because if anyone hadn't heard of you, and you know, Fine Balance is still criminally underrated, as you probably agree.
I agree. I feel like they need way more credit. Like,
couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I feel like just sometimes like people just don't get put on enough or something. But they're like, if you know, you're like, you know, if you get put on. I can't even remember how I was told about them, but I couldn't believe it. How good they were. But I thought it was just such a great co-sign for you at such an early point, and they must have seen the quality that you were putting out and being like, oh, this is worthy of our brand, and they're cool. Obviously, that's important. But like that must have felt like when it came about? Like,
Oh yeah, no, it was awesome. Man. Yeah, no, and I think they've been like Andrew's been very supportive. I've talked with him a lot, like just about brewing hazies in general, and he's come in and checked out our system. He always comes and tries our beers. He always talks about different hops, and like we have like every time he's picking up kegs or dropping off kegs, we have like little tiny meetings where we talk about stuff. And we actually just did a mug club for them too. So we just made a bunch of glassware with like the fine balance like stamp on the side, and they're launching their own mug club, which is really cool. So yeah, there's been and I think that's cool. It's like you can do these collaborations where you're collaborating on a beer, and like we have the glass side, so we can also do like a different type of collaboration with people too, which is neat. So it's been cool like working on that with him as well. And we've got a good couple other breweries that are like going to be doing the mug club with us, which would be very cool, because it kind of gives you like a different kind of relationship with them as well, right?
Because it does take it to a different level, and it's the mug club type of product is kind of perfect for that.
Yeah,
because it's like it's a higher tier. You wanted the person, if you're going to go to a brewery, they typically won't have glasses like this.
Yeah,
they might have mugs, but they're not going to have glasses like mugs like this. So if you're going to have the mug club, usually it's something kind of the big ceramic things, or just something kind of special and different. And you did show us a picture of the fine balance one the other week. It was sick.
Yeah.
I didn't know you.
No, I liked it. It turned out really good. It looks like when you fill out full of like haze, and it's got like a nice thick like head on top, and you can see the fine balance like emblem. It looks great. It looks really good. Yeah. There's been good uptake with that. I think right now we're at like about 118 members in our mug club. So amazing. I know it's kind of like an old school thing. Like it's like like we started off selling growlers before we were canning, and it was like people would come in, they'd be like, "Oh wow, that's super old school," and we're like, "Yeah, we don't have any way to can right now, so this is what we're doing."
It's either that or you buy a crowler machine, and
exactly.
I don't know I don't know how many people are drinking crowlers. I couldn't tell you the last time I did.
Yeah,
actually, I could tell you. I went to a Droid Theory in Virginia, and they only did crowlers with their crazy shit. That was the last time because that was the only option.
Yeah,
but it's like then you have to go and buy a machine, and you got to buy the fucking empties and da-da-da. It's a whole thing. Yeah. So it's it makes sense. With the mug clubs. So say if someone's a member and then they don't continue the next year, do they get to keep that mug?
Yeah, so they like pay for, there's like basically the mug and the subscription. So because of when we started the mug club and just how many people were joining and stuff like that, we pushed back. Like our membership renewal will be like in January. And if they want to keep their mug, they can just do that, and they'll just pay like the renewal fee, but it will make like a new design for the mug. And if they want the new one, they can like buy the new mug and they can take the other one home.
Oh, okay. So what if they don't continue at all? You just
take the mug home.
Take the mug home. So you do get to keep it. Is that like I never thought of it until doing it, because I'd be like, I know it's like that's my mug. Like every time, no one else drinks from that mug. Like that's mine, right?
So yeah, like a way a lot of breweries do is they'll just have like their mug club. This was our anniversary one here. And then like whenever people come in, you maybe have 20 or like 25 of them or something like that. It's like they get like a random mug. For our mug club, we actually like they can put like their nickname on it, and it has like our Gather Brewery logo like engraved on it. So everyone, like we've got like a big window full of mugs, and then a whole bunch of mugs and wine glasses in the basement, because we also have a wine club. But people have all their like nicknames and shit on there, so they come in and sometimes you have to scrabble around the building trying to find their mug for them. But it's fun. But yeah, they're all drinking out of like their mugs have like their nicknames engraved on them and stuff like that. So yeah,
that's cool, man. Yeah, I never thought. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because it's that's cool that they can swap it out for the next one. I've never heard them change year to year, but obviously not every place is also a glass blowing place.
Yes, exactly. We have the ability to do it. Yeah, and if they want to keep their mug, that's fine too. But we'll come up with like a new design every year, and if they want to, they can like upgrade to the other mug or just keep with what they're rolling with.
I like the idea of the upgrade. I don't know. I feel like you'd be like, well, if you love your local that much that you join a mug club, like, what, do you want me to drink last year's model? What the fuck? I want the new one, bro.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. I love this Dunkel, man. This is awesome.
It's good. I cleaned mine out there. I was ready.
Yeah, no, I know you were waiting for me. I was we were talking too much and drinking, so I was like actually like savoring that shit. This is the perfect way to set this off. Money. I was thinking, okay, do you want to do, we've been talking about haze so much, we should get into the haze.
Yep. Good.
I know one of the ones we were figuring out off air, maybe the one that I have that is a little bit older, that I could do that and you do the new one.
Do you want
did
to?
it-
Well, we can start. Do you want to start with the pale?
Yeah, start with the
Glassblowing
pale.
Assistant?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just because to do the 6 that we planned out.
Yeah.
That might be a way to do it where we just have different ones for that one.
Yep.
Okay, and
Should be the blue can. Glassblower's Assistant, Volume 3.
you can only see the top from down here. We go. Need a mirror cooler right here. There she is. Look at that. Come on now. Come on, bucko. Fucking there you go. Boom. So Glassblower's Assistant is the Pale Ale with Nectaron and Motueka, which I learned the other day. I thought it was Moteca. It's all I've ever said, and I had a Kiwi on. I was like, "How the fuck do you say it?" And he said, "It's Motueka." Real subtle.
Okay,
like
good.
real subtle.
Yeah.
I've changed it too because I was like, I was so adamant that I was right, and he was gentle with me.
I think that was on the Brewski pod where you guys were going back and forth about that, and I was like, "Fuck!" Now I really don't know what to call it. Right?
I noticed you said it earlier, and I was like, "Okay." I don't know if we talked about it, but I was so confident about that shit. Very wrong, but it's okay. But it's like a subtle U, like a little bit Motueka, but it's like Motueka, like real small.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got it.
All
Now.
right.
I'm dialed in.
If it's Kiwi doing it, bro, what the fuck? That was one of the first things I asked him. So, okay, this is the third volume of it. So, I'm sorry, that the reason I was saying that, so Glassblower's Assistant versus Glassblowers, which is the 6.5.
Exactly, yeah.
Or roundabouts that.
Yeah.
This is 5%. Tell us about this one, brother.
Yeah, so it's like just a basically like a lower version of the Glassblower. We it's the same kind of thing. We mess around with the recipe a little bit. We've had some that are like a little bit less hazy and some that are more hazy. This one's like it's pretty thick. It's basically like a hazy IPA. We want like that thickness and that mouthfeel. I love like some places that do pales. I find that they can be like a little bit lacking in like the thickness that I want. And so when we're brewing this one, we're kind of trying to make it taste basically like a hazy. With the same kind of like impact and mouthfeel and flavor, but like lower ABV, you know?
Love it. These are the only 3 that you've done that are pale ales. We done.
I definitely find this was actually brought up at the haze talk there at the OCB. Like sessions and pale ales, they move like a little bit slower than just the normal like 6.5%.
Yes.
Or for, you know, people like all my friends, triples and doubles and stuff like that. So yeah, we don't really have to like brew it as much. And I'm not quite as worried if, you know, there's not a pail on for people to drink. It's more important that the Glassblower is on all the time because that's like the more popular one, the one that packs like a little bit more punch, you know?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Like I would feel even like, do you drink a lot of pails yourself?
No.
Yeah,
I drink a lot of double and triple IPAs. Yeah.
I don't do the triples, but yeah, definitely more the singles. I like the 6.5-ish type of thing. I got nothing against these though. It's more just I don't know why. Just kind of you want it like the doubles are a little more intense, which is fine, but I can't drink as many of them.
Yeah.
And I'd like them to be a little more intense than the pale. So like that between 6 and 7 seems like a nice little number.
Yeah.
But you can't go past. Do you know what? Nate fucking hates session IPAs. He just won't deal with it. But I think that branding, I just love the idea of a pale ale versus session IPA. I don't know why. I feel the same. Nate kind of maybe he fucking my head on that a bit. But I love the idea of a pale ale. I'm like, no, that's a thing. A session IPA sounds like a shitty version of what it's supposed to be, whereas this is this is a pale ale. This is exactly what it's meant to be, you know?
Like, I think they're really, I've never made a session, so I don't know. Yeah, cheers, bud.
Ooh. That is money.
Yeah.
Fuck.
No, this one turned out really good.
Dude.
Necron and Motueka.
Exactly. Just
nice.
like, it's almost like a W in there. Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just like
you gotta really like fire it off. Yeah.
Real quick. And I think we're gonna spread the gospel of it because now he said it. Now there's a guy from New Zealand. He knew what's up. I was like, all right, man.
Yeah.
Be good. These two hops work so perfect with this. The mouthfeel is bonkers. Like, This is what surprised me when I first had your haze. You've been such a general. Thank you publicly as well, man. Like you've been keeping Nate and I really like up on what
I
you're
like to
doing.
keep you guys supplies. Also, it's been really good for feedback. You guys have given us some great feedback, especially with just like sending cans out and stuff like that. It's good to get, I mean, people that try a lot of different beers, like trying their beers and being like, oh yeah, like, this and this. And we've messaged about it. And I always, whenever Nate posts a photo, I always like it and share it and then message him and be like, what did you think? Like,
yeah, it's actually, it's smart to ask people what's going on with all that. But it's like, I think really it's overall incredibly impressed with not just that, because it's not easy to make this shit. Any of the stuff that you're doing, actually. And I feel like it's just even over just this year, and you've kept us up to date on a significant amount of your releases. And I'm like, the shit is crazy, man. Like, you're really you're batting above your, what is it? Not batting out of your league. That's when you like ugly dude gets a hot chick. You're doing so well, it's not expected for a brewery this young.
Thank you.
If that makes sense. And I think it just shows the dedication to like you were saying, and I love the parallel you made before about the glass blowing being like the science, and you fuck around, you experiment. If you make a mistake or it doesn't work out, it's okay, because it's fun, it's science, it's art. And this is the exact same thing, and you've taken that ethos and applied it to beer. And just made such fantastic, interesting stuff that appeals to you as the beer nerd who wants a certain thing, but also you're like, the difference between you and I is that you've got to make stuff for other people who come in and want particular things that maybe you don't really want. You don't want a blonde ale, but there's people who come in who want it, who don't really like pilsners, and they don't want the bitterness. So okay, cool, you got to make a blonde. Like, I like that you're able to take that and just go, all right, I got to make a blonde ale. Let's make the most fire blonde ale I can make. I bet. That's probably what you're thinking. So just wanted to give you your props on that, because it's so this is fan fucking tastic. Keep telling me about it, but yeah, this is amazing.
No, I think like the pale category, I think it's not done as much as the 6.5. Like the normal hazy. I think a lot of people I think there is there's a change in beer drinking culture. Did you go to the keynote at the OCB?
Oh no, that's at like 9 a.m. I am absolutely not awake. It's way too early, Mike.
Way too early.
Yeah, that's not.
No, it was really good. It was very interesting. She was like kind of like a journalist.
Kate Bernard.
Like blogger from the United States.
I've definitely been following her for years on Twitter. She's some great work.
It was very interesting. But talking about ABV, talking about like different groups like drinking, like in the beer industry, like the uptake in like women drinking in the going to breweries and stuff like that, and having like lower ABV stuff that's more approachable for people. So basically, when I'm going at like the pale, it's like I'm trying to pack in as much flavor as possible to bring it up to like it. I mean, there are hazy IPAs that are 6.5 or 7% that don't taste as good as this, that don't have like the mouthfeel, right? So basically, like that's what we're going for. We're trying to like bring it up to that level, but have it at the lower ABV.
I like that. And this is, if I drank this blind, I would. There is no. I don't think I would be able to pick that it's a pale.
Yeah.
At all.
That's the goal.
Yeah, I think it's awesome, and as well that you're leaning into like just being a pale, and it's going to be the best mouthful you can get for the ABV. It's not trying to be a lower version of something else. It's just like it's a pale ale. Like, I got a mate in Vancouver. I'm about to do, like, we're calling it a trade, but whatever. We're doing a little beer swap type thing.
Sweet.
And he doesn't drink really. He's just a crispy guy and like pale ales. He didn't want nothing. I was at Durand. I'm like FaceTiming him, showing him the fridge, and he just wanted, I'll take one pale ale. That was all he got. The rest was all lagers. Yeah. So there are people who just drink, who just like the low ABV stuff. He's from England, so he likes a lot of the low ABV, maybe because like cask ales and all the British stuff is quite low ABV. So even over here, he just tends to prefer that. And I totally get it. He does like, I feel like this is like, for you and I want something a bit different, but there's people like my boy, this would just be like, he would cream his pants over this, because it's like all of the beautiful things that you and I love about the bigger, punchier beers, just in a smaller, low ABV package. Like, I don't feel like I'm like missing out
Yeah.
On anything.
Yeah, exactly.
By drinking.
You're still
this
getting
beer.
all the mouthfeel, all the enjoyment, all like the big, like there's like pretty decent, like the hop aroma on this is like it's pretty good for a
dude.
pale, right?
Ooh. Not pretty good. It's very fucking good.
But we hop it at the the same level we do the glass blower, so it's like it doesn't get. And I also feel like that's probably something with session IPAs is like IPAs in general are more expensive, by the liter to brew with all the hops and the grain bill and everything like that. And I think that probably some breweries look at it like, okay, so if we're doing a pale, if we're doing a session, let's like cut back the cost. So you're still, you're still selling the pint, you're still making the money, but you're like making a little bit more money. And like, that's probably one of the happy coincidence for us that half of our menu can be like, cheaper to produce beers like Dunkel and, Pilsner and stuff like that, lager. And then we can really kind of like go at the hazy IPAs, any of the haze beers of the West Coast and kind of throw some money at them and make them like really, really good. And then it kind of evens out with the tap list, right? So yeah,
it's really smart to do it that way. Like, yeah, man, and give it. I especially just love that you're not what's the word when you're not giving enough, you're not being like a tight ass with the hops. So there's a better way to say it. But yeah, on this, and you're treating it like the bigger beer.
Yeah,
cost be damned type thing. And still, because I feel like that's like such a haze brewer's like way of seeing the world.
Yeah,
even like talking to some of the other folks who your mates and my mates who do all this stuff, like they've said as much like they looking at the numbers, it would be better for the numbers if you did take it easy on the hops. But if you take it easy on the hops, then are we us? Is this what we make?
Exactly.
And I'm just like, that is such a cool dedication to it. Like, and that's, I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, that's your artisans and your scientists, and that's why this shit is so fire. Like, it's cool to hear that. I think people who maybe avoid, like, I got another mate in Montreal, who a gem. We hook each other up all the time. Him more than hooks me up more than I hook him up. But he only drinks double IPAs and above, and barrel aged barley wine and stouts. That's it.
Amazing.
I had to put him on to kind of lagers. I was like, just take some of these and
just try them. Just try them,
bro.
It's good for you. It's for your health. Yeah.
It would be healthy. He actually had some health problems because with the liver, I believe, because of going a little too hard with that. So hopefully he's opened up to some of them. But there's on the flip side, like my friend in Vancouver, and then there's my friend in Montreal. So they're both on different sides of the spectrum. And it's cool to see like a pale ale be treated with the same respect as the larger ones. How does this go down compared to the like you say your doubles, singles, and now the pale? Like how your audience, whether it's the Haze boys or just the regular locals, how they take all of this?
It probably doesn't sell quite as fast as the Glassblower, and I think we're on Glassblower 7. This is on Glassblower Blowers system number 3. We have we're just about to release number 4 because these are some like the last cans of this batch.
How old is this? Because I don't see a date. I guess
we don't date code because everything just like basically most of the beers, most of the hazies are like they go through within about a month and a half, 2 months when we sold out of the batch, which is kind of like it's honestly nice for the small system in that way because we're not sitting on the haze for very long. It's not the funnest for production because basically as soon as like a couple weeks after it's out, you need to brew the next one. But it does keep it fresh, which is nice. And with our kind of like, weaker canning setup, we can keep the beer fresh more often, which is nice. I think that the glassblower in general, like it has this following at the brewery where people just go and they just drink that. So it just moves that much faster. Like a week or two after we release it, we need to get the next one in the tanks. And sometimes there's a little space in between or something like that, which is nice. The pale can kind of like fill that area. But it hasn't been as much of a priority either. And also I don't think we brewed it for like after we were going through Glassblower series. I think we were probably on like number 3 or something like that before we even did the pale. Yeah, so it's a little bit behind, but it's the same kind of thing. Like I'll mess around with, we're trying to find different yeasts, working with different hops, working with different kind of like malt bills and stuff like that, and seeing what's giving us like the best results. So like, as I feel like at the start it was like kind of like flying all over the place, and now it's kind of getting like smaller and tighter. And then it'll mostly be just like messing around with different hops and stuff like that, and messing around with some of the new products like Spectrum and Dynaboost and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to give us a little bit better efficiency. Like we did some beers at the start that were like, all T90s and just massive dry hops, and we're like, oh, we lost like almost half the beer. Like
at your size, yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Yes, it can be. Yeah, it can be a problem. And that was some of the things that was happening in the summer too, where it's like we're trying to be at that level where we want to be, and unless you invest in some of those like different products or like way bigger systems where it's possible, you get a lot of loss, and then it's like, yeah, you have less beer to sell, but it's good. It's good beer, so that's good.
Well, yeah, that's what's going to put you on the map is shit like this.
Exactly.
It's just getting more people to try, which is why I'm really glad we're doing this pod now, because you've got this like, about a year of sort of punching this stuff out, and getting it to this level. Like, once again, almost unheard of to have someone who hasn't worked in the industry, like Zach from Bad Bones worked at, Bruce King. He's got all this stuff for the pedigree to sort of, like, if he's not making fire, then like, I guess he didn't really learn anything from his old stuff.
Yeah.
You hadn't done that. You just done research and got it to this impeccable level. It's pretty bonkers. Once again, though, it has that dedication to everything, and that sort of like even willing to lose half a batch or whatever because you got to hop it right.
Yeah,
you are a haze boy. You and I were, and all the other folks listening, all the brewers like Chris and Bebo were just beer traders and haze boys and stout boys and all that stuff, and just going around trading all the time. You and I are big, traveling, you go and you're drinking, So at the end of the day, like, you're serving people like you, and you don't want to serve them anything half-assed. And if you're going to make it, you want it to be fire.
Yeah.
So you're doing it right, even if it comes at the expense of volume, which then, like you said, Dynaboost and stuff. You can always, I believe you have to put some T90s to get the haze.
Oh yeah, that's definitely one thing we found. You like, even if you go cryo, you need some T90s in there. It just it makes a huge difference. But yeah, I think that it's just so nobody grows up anymore like being a craftsman, like working with their hands, working with materials, like starting doing that like so young, and then like doing that like for my life, and basically like it's like I have made all of my money with my hands. Like I think for one summer I taught soccer and got paid to coach. And other than that, like every dollar I've made in my life has been like summoning sand into glass and then making it into stuff and selling it. So it's the same kind of thing. It's like nothing will go onto the floor in the gallery that's not like, perfect. It's the same thing with beer. We're trying to like put out like very high quality product. Same within our kitchen now when we're like making food. It's like we've got a really good relationship with our chef. And it's like we want high-end food. We want really good stuff. We want really good ingredients. We want everything made in-house, and just like bring that high level that we've been doing for a long time, and like what people expect from us basically at this point to the beer. So it's been interesting wrapping my head around that, like while also like learning. And I think I've been lucky that I haven't fucked up a whole bunch of beer in the meantime. But just watch a ton of YouTube videos and do a bunch of research, and
I mean, that's pretty sick. I mean, that's like a true artisan right there. But not even having to dump, even at the smaller level that you're brewing at, that's pretty sweet that you've been able to do that just from talking to people, YouTube, reading blogs, forums, particularly the style that you're making. And like, arguably it's harder to make the crispies.
I think it is harder in some ways for sure.
It's like a different type of thing, but it's definitely harder. But then there's something to making, because I always, haze doesn't really get the criticism that it used to. There was always that like kind of like purist pushback back in the day when it started really getting popular, 2017, 18, 19, etc. And like, it's in like, oh, you just fucking, you just make it. Like, basically just trying to say that it's like not even close to the difficulty of anything else. But like, well, why, when you mention the best haze in any given city, province, what state, is there like 5? Why isn't there 100? Because it's fucking hard to do, bro. Like, don't, like, I feel like people understand that now.
I feel like they're both super hard to do. I think it's
absolutely good.
I think
beer
it's
is hard
good practicing brewing to like to be doing both. I feel like I enjoy making both. I don't know. It's just it isn't. It's like that. It's one of the wonderful things about the beer world is that it's just like it's so different. Like I was just up at Third Moon and tried the barley wine, tried their like haze. I had the Kills. Like the Kills Pilsner is so fucking good. Cool. Like I love their Left Hand Path. Like there's just such variety. It's amazing, and there's so many breweries. Like when we had Godspeed on tap, it's just like people were trying it and they were like, what? Like they never had a Pilsner like that before, like just fresh on tap like that. And the variety is amazing. And I feel like, making like a really, really well-refined Pilsner, I think is very difficult. Yeah. Lager, and then being really, really good at hazy it's hard, There was a lot of people that were very interested in the hazy talk at the OCB.
To say.
Right? Like, there was some bangers up there.
Rob took a lot of our people, and and rightly so. Yeah, because it's like every day that someone like you, we gave our presentation out. Like you can message us and we'll give you the presentation. Yeah, so it's fine. You get the message. Rob doesn't talk like that very often. No, in detail, answering your direct questions about what they're doing from somebody who is essentially like mastered the shit. Yeah. Yeah, they're like leading the charge, and it is really cool, seeing that and kind of seeing like the scene in North America, and it's like whenever I can get my hands on stuff from the United States, I do. It's interesting because I think you can't look at some of like the bigger brewers in the United States now doing haze because it's not. They've like almost outgrown their grassroots of making like incredible haze. You almost have to look for like some of like the smaller places. That are more like who do you like Sierra Nevada or something, or you mean like Treehouse? What do you mean? What kind of American?
Treehouse is still doing pretty good haze. I'm surprised at their size, like how good it still is.
It makes no sense. It's
just
bonkers.
Some places that like you've heard about over the years, and then you get to try their beer, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, it's not how good I thought it would be. Okay. But finding some of the smaller places that are more like our size, like All My Friends, Badlands, Third Moon size, like those kind of places, I think that's where it's still at with like the nice, like thick haze. But like Ontario and Quebec, it's like we're like doing some great work on the haze side, It's very impressive, the stuff that we're putting out.
I couldn't agree more. During COVID, when we couldn't get American stuff anymore, I was like not hurting at all. I was in Montreal for most of it, and I was still coming here and getting my brother to ship me stuff or whatever, and it was, I was like, oh, like I would like to drink the American stuff because it's fun, try different shit, blah blah blah. But dude, like fuck, we have an impeccable scene here. I still like to go to the States a bunch, and like I'm going next week. I always like to either do an order or go to a different brewery in Buffalo or go to a few different I got a couple of different stores that I go to get different stuff. Mm-hmm. It's really fun to try it all. And I remember I don't want to say where, but I went to, it would have been 2023. We just moved here. It was our first trip. I think it was, we avoided all going any traveling during all the COVID times when things were crazy. So it was beginning of 2023. We went to Rochester and Buffalo, and I went to a brewery that's always been one of my faves. And I drank, as soon as I drank the first beer, I was just like, Badlands is better. What the fuck? Yeah. And I was like, no, calm down, bro. Relax. Just enjoy it. You're here. It's right.
Exactly. No, and also take it for what it, like they brewed it, right? Like take it for what it is, right? There can be lots of different positives and negatives to it. Exactly. Yeah.
And it's not about, but then that's what I had to relearn again, because I hadn't traveled for about 3 years, I guess. Well, out of Canada. and it was, I was like, no, it's like about the experience and finding it and finding
Mhm.
just trying different stuff, seeing what's out there. So like every time we go to Buffalo to like, I got that PO box, I got to pick up a bunch of like clothes and stuff. So I'm like gonna go check out some bros. I'm gonna do an order from Burial because they're the best. And I was like, I got too much shit right now, and I got more shit coming. Let me just chill on that for a sec. And I was like, I'll just go and pick up some stuff, see what's going on, go to a couple places and have a few pints and see what's happening. It's just like it's that exploration and just
Yeah.
seeing what's out there. And I don't know, I really find that like that's the fun part. And when you stumble, my other favorite. So I went to, it was September. I went to Fidens in Albany and
Mhm.
Treehouse in Saratoga Springs because now it's the closest one
Yeah.
here, and it was the newest one. So I'd only been to two other tree houses before, so this was the third one. Absolutely insanity, just fucking bonkers. The pizza there was great. The fuck everything. I got a bunch of stuff. I got some stouts, and I drank all their fest beers on tap there, and
Nice.
got some haze and all that stuff to go. They do these wicked mix like you don't get to choose it, but like instead of get everything's forced 4 packs. But you get this like mix case with 2 of everything. So all of a
Oh,
sudden now I'm
sweet.
getting 12 different
That's a
beers.
great idea.
And it was like $100 for a
Yeah.
treehouse.
Nice.
It's so much US, but it's so like that is such a great deal.
Yeah.
And I got to try so many different beers, and I was like, okay, you were right. Treehouse, I'm just batting out of they for the size, they shouldn't
Yeah.
be making beer that
I
good.
don't know how they're still doing it at that size.
They're just magicians, and they still don't do any distro. Everything's always rammed. It was like
Wow.
the line was like looping around to order a beer every time to get a draw and
Yeah.
get a couple, and it was brilliant. And on the way back here, I'd had a beer. So my favorite spot in Lewiston is a store called Brewed and Bottled, which
Mhm.
maybe I talked to you about before, but
Yeah.
they kind of like a Duran, but they're a beer bar and bottle shop. So got friendly with the owner. He's a champion. He puts stuff aside for me if I ever need whatever. He's a G. And one time we were there in the summer. I didn't have long. I was like, I don't know. Just tell me what I need to get, and let me just grab a bunch of stuff. He's like, boom. He gave me this a West Coast IPA. Was a collab with a brewery called Wayward Lane and Fidens because it was Fidens collab. I'm like, yeah, give me that, give me that. I thought it was a Fidens beer, but it was with this other brewery, and
Mhm.
I couldn't believe how good it was. So I looked them up, and they were on the way home from Albany. So I was like, let's fucking go there. On the farm, middle of nowhere in a mountain, absolutely impeccable. Couldn't believe how good it was. They had the little fucking what was it, like a dumpling food truck that was so good.
That's
Crispies.
nice. Dumpling food truck? That's amazing.
It was so good, and the dude like just screams your name. So all of a sudden, like, Craig! What the fuck? Like, yeah, okay, right. It was so funny. They're just such characters. But it was such an awesome experience. I had Lucas, all the fest beers, their Westies were incredible. I got some stuff to go, some other different Czech beers and some coffee. I was like, this is my discovery of 2025 for sure. My favorite American discovery was Wayward Lane. So there's things like that you kind of just find, and then when you do stumble on something that just like blows your mind when you had zero expectations, is like that's the payoff of that exploration. When sometimes maybe it falls flat, but then you get that, and now I'm like, anytime I can get my hands on this stuff, if I see him out, I'm grabbing it like every time.
Yeah.
So it's
awesome.
I find there's really something to it. But yes, you were saying Ontario and Quebec. Yeah, we're so lucky here, man. We're in such a great spot.
Yeah, very lucky. Very lucky.
How we and you're so close to Quebec. Like, how, if you were to go to Montreal or whatever, how far is that from?
We're probably about like 2.5 hours from Montreal, but like if I go to like BAOS or something like that, it's like an hour and 10 minutes. Like I think Saint Kiem's
awesome.
like hour and 15 minutes from us. So yeah.
Fuck, dude, that's awesome. A brewery to put you on. I don't know if you've heard of this as Loup Garou.
Oh, I haven't heard of them.
No, okay, so they're just over the border in Quebec. I had them on recently. Crispy's insane. Dan from Zenon, who we were hanging out with the other night, so he just went there the other day because he does their glasses and stuff, and he was like, "Fuck, it's amazing." It's like a farm brewery that does a bunch of Crispies. I feel like you'll love them and you get along with them.
Yeah.
That was just another. That'd be pretty close to you, I reckon. Thinking of where that is would be probably as close as the Gatineau stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just like it's so cool for where you're based. You've got access to a lot of different stuff, whether it's sort of Kingston /PC and then like Ottawa /Gatineau, and then maybe just whether it's Montreal or just beforehand, because there's a bunch of cool shit. Yeah, man. We're really fortunate, and you've done a great job making the inroads, obviously, because you're stocking their stuff and you're cool as shit. So then you're making friends with these dudes who are also cool as shit.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that to segue into you talked about it a bit earlier, but you did an amazing collab this week that this pod the beer will be out around the time the pod comes out.
Yeah.
But they already talked about it, so I'll let you say it, because I was excited to hear I want to know how it all came about, what the deal is. Talk to me.
Yeah. So was it Monday? Yeah. So Monday I drove up
Monday,
to, it was Monday. I sent you messages.
I was like, yes. I was like, oh, what are you doing? You're like, I'm doing the collab. I'm like, let's go. You did tell me about it. It should be,
No, drove up to Milton. I think it was like 4.5 hour drive. Super, super fun drive all the way.
4.5, really?
Oh yeah, it's a tour. And Toronto, I'm like, we're at like the population of Merrickville is like 1,500 people. Like I don't deal with traffic. Like I walk my kids to school and then go to the brewery. Like I don't drive anywhere. So when I get in Toronto traffic, I'm really rattled.
Me too, bro. I hate it.
Yeah.
Nothing worse.
No, I don't like it. No, it was, so we went up, we talked about doing like a hazy IPA, like collaboration. We like kind of planned a recipe and everything like that. One of our best performing beers on Untappd this year was actually our Mug Club IPA. So we did an event at the brewery where I had like 15 different hops out, and everyone got to come up and like rub them and smell them and like check them out. And we talked about all this different stuff, and then we made like a hazy IPA. I think it was like cashmere. What was it? Cashmere Citra, and
I can tell you.
Yeah, it was on the email there. Fuck, I can't.
Well, the one that you used with Moon.
Yeah, so Third Moon was like, oh, what do you want to use for hops? And I was like, oh, like we did this beer this year, and it turned out like really, really good. And they'd actually never done that like combination before, so they're like, oh, sweet, we'll do that. What was it? I think I had it on my phone.
I have it right here. It is
Dulcita, Citra, and Cashmere.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, it was like a really interesting. So Dulcita is really cool. I really like it when it's like we had to figure out how to use it. Like I think we did a hazy where it was probably like 50% Dulcita, and it just like absolutely like all we got was like this big like candied fruit. It almost made it like a little bit like a little bit too sweet. And I think the beer was like decently balanced, so it turned out good. But it was like all you got was Dulcita. Whatever else was in there, I can't remember if it was Citra or something like that. But it completely overpowered it. That was the one before. And then when we did the Mug Club, they selected those 3 different hops. So we had them like vote. They voted on the different hops. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, they voted from Citra, Cashmere, HBC 1019.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's Dulcita now. So they got to come up.
No shit. Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just got named like a month and a half ago or 2 months ago.
I hadn't even heard that. Okay.
Yeah. It's a great hop. I really like it. It's like candied fruit. It's super punchy. But we did find, so when we did something that was like 50% Dulcita, it was like very over the top. That hop, it kind of pushed everything else out of the way. So when they did the Mug Club, they all got to like vote. So we gave them these little like chunks of glass, and they like voted on all of these different hops and stuff like that, and got to smell everything. Cool. And then they came in and were part of like the brew and stuff like that. And the beer actually turned out really good. And it was, I think even now it might be our highest like rated hazy we've done so far. So yeah, it turned out good. So I'm interested to see how it turns out with Third Moon. Those guys are so fucking fun to hang out with. They're such like nice guys.
Aren't they?
You show up from like a long drive, you're all just like haggard and stuff. And I walk in, they just poured me a delicious like double IPA, and I was just like, wow, I'm at home here. Like,
let's go. Oh, they're so welcoming. They're such great. I find it's interesting with all y'all being like brewery owners that like I'm not a natural host. I don't find. I never growing up, we didn't really ever have people over. Like we always went to people's place. We just weren't the hosts. So I just don't have it in me.
Yeah.
So whenever I go to, I just feel like y'all as a community of just brewers are just such fantastic, like hospitality people, just fantastic hosts. So yes.
Yeah. Those guys know it. It was great for me too, because that was kind of like the first collaboration where it was like going there to the brewery and doing the whole thing. And it was like really good. It's like, when we do collabs in the future, it's like, that's how I want to host somebody,
Right.
Yeah, they were, and like their whole team is so nice though. Like everybody there was
So
awesome.
cool.
Like their
Yeah.
brewers were amazing.
Jim's the man.
Yeah, it was great. And we went out for dinner, and I was
Nice.
a little bit haggard the next day.
I was gonna say, because you were messaging me, and I saw Bebo post as well, because you went to Beer Town, right?
Yeah.
And I was just like, "Oh, y'all are there," and
Yeah.
I didn't realize that's what you were doing. And I saw
yeah.
him post after you had told me, and I was like, "Oh, y'all are like getting lit."
Yeah. And then I was
Here
sleeping
for it.
I got to sleep like at the brewery, like one of the other units, and they had this like huge beer fridge with like so many incredible beers in it, like all these all these imperial stouts and all these like amazing beers. I think like when they collab with people, they give them beer and stuff like that. And they were like, yeah, have like anything in that fridge. But by the time I got back to like the apartment where I was sleeping, I was like, I'm too hammered to try any of these beers. Like I have to try and brew with these guys tomorrow morning. So yeah,
that's amazing. So y'all did end up a 6.5% IPA with the hops that you mentioned. Brew day went well. Everything was great.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was like they're so efficient there. It's a beautiful setup. They're like a well-oiled machine. It was really cool, like just getting to go like see that and like work with them on everything. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, great team, super friendly. Like it was awesome. Like
I love that.
Just like the kind of community you really want to be a part of,
That's why everyone loves them, I think, as well. Obviously, the beer is incredible, but like they're just the best dudes. Like everyone, I never heard anyone be like, "Yeah, I don't know about them." Never heard that ever.
No.
I met them before. Well, did I meet them? My boy Noah in Montreal. I don't know if you know Noah Forrest does beer. Whoa, he was like the biggest. He doesn't really do it anymore. He was the biggest beer writer in Quebec. So his mate knew Bebo. And Bebo was a home brewer. Bebo won a contest to brew a beer with Great Lakes. This would have been 2019, maybe. And he was like, he got me a can of it. Was like, hey man, can you post about this for my friend Bebo, my friend Steve? I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. It was cool. It wasn't like crazy hazy, because it was Great Lakes. It wasn't really that vibe, but that's obviously I'm like, okay. So I posted about it. It was fine. And then COVID hit, and they were sort of about to open, and then I met Noah's friend who knew him. His name's Derek. And so he would drive to my house because I didn't have a car there. And he would bring me bottles of I think it's homebrew, but labeled Third Moon, like before they opened.
Cool.
And it was some of the best. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What is this? This is insane. And then when they opened, they opened the same day as Sankiem. So they were kind of like twinsies. They always do a collab every year.
Yeah. Nice.
My friend worked at Sankiem, so then I met them through them, became close with them, and they were just Bebo and Chris were just the best ever since. And I love seeing it. So it makes me happy. I see them. They're all such like, they're so hyped, but they're so down to earth and ready to collab with, if it makes sense for them. Obviously, their brand is strong, so they've got to be cautious. But you're a newer dude, but your beer is exceptional, and you supported them and just being cool. So they're probably like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. Like it's like a no brainer for them to rock with Gather, which I think is it's so cool. And it's such a like I was saying earlier before we were really talking about it, was the cosign. So you had Fine Balance cosign, and now you got the Third Moon cosign, and it's like, it's something that like we were actually talking. There's a brewery called Brasserie Herman in they're in the Laurentians. And they were talking about that on the pod we did it last week. It'll be out by the time we talk about that. And we were just talking about collabs, and they were saying, yeah, it kind of sucks sometimes because you do have to say no to some things because you do have to protect your brand, and it's a real. And they're like, oh fuck, I feel terrible because these people are awesome, but I'm like, I can't. It just doesn't fit. It's just not a fit.
Yeah.
And I just think it's like, so with all of that in mind, the fact that they were doing that, and you got the Fine Balance thing. I don't know, man. It's a beautiful thing. And that beer. What's the beer called, by the way?
I think it's called Gathering Moon.
Gathering Moon, that's right.
Yes.
And that comes out December
3rd or 4th, I think.
So whatever the Friday is, let me check.
Yeah.
Who even has a calendar? So this episode.
Yeah, I'm stoked to try it. I think it's gonna be really good.
What date is it today? 20th. Oh, okay, we're here. December 4th is the Friday.
Okay, nice.
So that would be that's awesome, dude. Hang on, wait. Yeah, December. What fucking? Oh, it's 2026, you dickhead. Okay, hang on. Not you, me, the dickhead. You are correct. It would be December 5th would be the Friday.
Okay, nice.
Well, that would be typically when they drop their stuff. They will announce it earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet.
You getting that in for a gather?
I'm hoping. I don't know if we'll have it on the Friday. We might. Yeah, we'll have to see if we get it on the Friday, but it'd be great to have it that weekend. Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah,
but yeah, we'll have a bunch of it on tap and in cans.
Amazing. How do you feel as a Haze boy, as a fan of them? How do you feel that this worked out?
It's I mean, like getting to go there and brew with them and like see their system and check everything out and hang out with them and stuff. Yeah, it was like an amazing opportunity, you know. And I feel like, you know, I basically like in a couple days hammered out a whole bunch of emails to like all these brews that we're working with and be like, hey, do you want to do collaboration? Like, do you want to do this? We'd love to do this. So and the reception's been pretty good so far. So I think it's just, you know, developing those relationships like before we open and stuff like that. I think that made a huge difference. And I've messaged back and forth with Chris like a whole bunch, people a whole bunch. So, you know, it's nice. It was sweet though. That was the first time I actually got to meet them in person. So, you know, it's great to actually get to hang out and like see them in person and chill and stuff. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That is sick, man. I think what you said is super important because when we did our anniversary collabs, there wasn't anyone we reached out to that we didn't have a relationship with.
Yeah.
Because it felt we almost did. Like someone we had on the pod years ago. And I'm like, I haven't spoken to them in so long. This will come out of left field and it's too weird. So I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
And I find that is exactly why it's working out for you because you're reaching out to people that you have that relationship with and that with collabs, it's so important.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that you can mention publicly yet that's coming up, or is it better to keep that on the hush for now?
We don't have anything planned, like it's set in stone yet, but there's like about 3 or 4 other breweries that we're like just trying to figure out how things work, you know? Yeah.
Okay. Sick, man. That's
I don't want to
exciting.
say, I don't want to like jinx it.
No. I wasn't sure how
we're pretty excited. If any of them work out, we're like pretty stoked. So you know, exactly. Yeah. So I don't want to jinx it. Yeah.
No, don't jinx them at all. If it's not already,
I wouldn't want them to feel like or I wouldn't want them to feel like pressure to do it with us either because I said it on the podcast. So yeah,
100%, man.
But no, we've got a good couple coming up, and it'll be very awesome. Yeah,
that's awesome. Good for you, man. I'm stoked for you. Next one.
Do you want to do a quick piss break?
I was thinking about that because it has been.
I'm ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah, you ready to go? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned. We'll be right back. And we are back. And Michael, we have a double IPA that we're doing. That was my first double for me. Would this be the first double?
This is our first double, yeah. For some reason, for our anniversary, we went, oh yeah, well, since we did the double with Fine Balance, we did a triple for our anniversary. So yeah, so we haven't actually brewed a double on site yet. So yeah, this is Overblown, Spectrum Mosaic, Cryo Citra, kind of 8%. Yeah.
I love the consistency with the names as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So Spectrum Mosaic and Citra Cryo. Citra Cryo. Okay, perfect.
Cryo Citra.
Cryo Citra. Yes. Beautiful. And how fresh? This is obviously I got the one without the label, so this is probably
you got it before we even had the other label in there. Yeah, no, it's fresh. I think this just I think we were kegging it up when we were at the OCB.
Okay. Oof. It's looking big.
Yeah.
Nice and murky.
Mm-hmm.
Big head. Oof. Anything okay, so this is looking a little different than the last one. Is it different malt base?
So yeah, no, and I think I was surprised with this one that it turned out we usually go for more of the like the straw color. And for whatever reason, whether it be, I think this was like the biggest dose of Spectrum we used, and I'm not sure if that had some sort of effect on it. But it's a very similar malt bill. It's just more jacked up than the Glassblower. But yeah, it did end up being like a little bit more like orange colored than the others.
Interesting. That's do you think it's Citra Spectrum, not the like what would typically make the straw color?
More like the malt bill, but it's weird because it's like a very similar malt bill.
Right.
This was one of the first beers that like our new brewer worked on like with me. So I don't know if that had something to do with it or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it turned out good. We're pretty happy with it. It's pretty thick. It's pretty murky. It has a fairly decent like bitter backbone on it.
Yeah, it's like it's got a nice little like citrusy, dank, almost piney.
Yeah,
little bitterness in the back end, which is I'm never mad at a little bit of bitterness in that. It's still the body's crazy. Big and punchy, tropical, very dank. Creamy though. Body's wicked.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that there's definitely like there's certain things in the industry where like we're going a certain way where like something is like very specific, and it's like, I mean, if you still have, there's lots of breweries that are still making like really good hazies that are like the orange color, and I think in general we're shooting for something a little bit more straw colored than this, but you know, if that's the way it turns out, right? Like it's everything else is good with it, so yeah.
Yeah, man. Look, it's always interesting to talk about those different nuances, because I feel like this is what we were talking about before, as far as like how difficult it is to make haze consistently in a certain way that you know people might expect or whatever. And it's like there's so many small things. Like like if you're saying, oh, maybe it was the spectrum that changed it up. Or...
Yeah, I like it's one of the only variables where it's like we just started using that, and I think this is like the first beer we used like spectrum in, and we used like Dyna Boost before on a couple, and that didn't seem to change a lot. Maybe that was part of it. It's probably more like the malt bill or what kind of like characters came through. But yeah, like at this point when we're doing a double IPA, like we're kind of like maxing out our system, so that also could be part of it, where we're just getting like our efficiency was absolutely terrible on this brew, because like you're just, it's like the mash tun is just filled to the top with grain, right? So yeah, that could be part of it, what made it so different. But yeah,
and this was the first double though. The first, because the fine balance one was brewed for you, like for that at fine balance. The triple you did, where was the triple done?
We did the triple at our place, yeah. But I just did two. I did like a double mash to like get up to that, yeah. And so like better efficiency and yeah.
I'm feeling this more as I'm drinking it as well. Like it's it's like I'm even seeing like other pictures of people on tap. Like, look at this one. Fuck. Let's see what.
Yeah.
That's like great. That's like totally like a deeper orange almost.
Yeah. That's the glory of having filters on your phone too.
Oh, you think it's a filter?
I feel like so many photos you see of beer is just like they can make it whatever color they want. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair
This is very similar color to what it's pouring on our tap, like out of the keg.
Okay, I'm seeing other photos, and now other photos are kind of looking more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So maybe, but either way though, it looks fucking amazing. It looks sick. I don't think it doesn't matter at all, because really at the end of the day, it's really what this shit tastes like. And it's this is really nice. It's like overripe melon, stone fruit, dank citrus. It's not, and it was at 8%. This is dope, man. This is like a great ramp up of that. It's nice to try some a little different sort of ABV to what you would normally do.
Absolutely,
which is fun. Are you trying to do more doubles in general?
I think we'll rotate through it. It also depends for us on like we do so many flights, we do so many like mug clubs, and like sometimes people hush away from the 8% beer. So like we have so many customers that come in and like they sit down and we already know they want their first flight, which is the first 4 beers, and then they want their second flight when they're done their first flight, which is the next like 4 beers, right? But sometimes they'll be like, oh no, like not like when we had the triple on, they'd be like, no, I'm not drinking the triple, even like a little flight amount. So it's one of those things, like keeping it on rotation, and then like being able to move a good amount of it like in kegs places, that helps a lot too. So I think Whippersnapper actually took a keg of this, and KBC and Kids in there took a keg too. So moving some kegs so we don't have to move it all through our tap room, it helps, and then canning up more of it. Because we definitely find, like, I think a lot of breweries probably find that like most people aren't drinking like pints of double IPA all the time, but like they'll move a lot faster out of the fridge. So we canned up a good amount of this and move some kegs, and that helps kind of like move it a little bit faster. And same thing. I think we'll do it more often when we get the new canning set up, and we're going to be shipping cans out to more bottle shops and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that note, actually, so both licensees and bottle shops. So starting with licensees, so you've got a few places that now you're able to like. Were you getting the kegs out to them in the beginning from brewing, or is that more of a recent thing?
That's only more recently, yeah. So, at the start, even now we have lots of places like asking. We've had lots of places asking for cans, lots of places asking
Nice.
for draft, which is awesome. But like you can't sell it to them for half price of what you'd make like it on taps if you're gonna like run out of beer, right? So basically, only like this fall have we had like any capacity to send like stuff out to people, and even then, like. We've got a place that does like a lot more of like the lager and red ales and stuff like that, but it still has to be like a rotating tap because like they're like, oh, they've crushed a couple kegs of the red ale, and I'm like, yeah, we're out now, and they're like, okay, we'll do like they did a keg of pale, and they did a keg of like the Dunkel. I think they have the Dunkel on right now, so it's kind of fun for them too, though, like having more like a rotating tap that's not always the same from like a local brewery. So that's worked pretty well. It's definitely something we want to like go after like a little bit more like once we get a little bit bigger, but like basically if we can't sustain sales in our tap room, then it's not the best to supply them. So it's one of those, it's good, especially heading into like January, February, March. We're trying to like be prepared for that and hopefully have some licensees that are moving some beer as well as us.
So you've been just really selective for the most part. Okay.
Yep. Exactly.
How do you choose? What's your sort of general thing? Is it more just like, oh, I like that place, or like, oh, it'd be cool to have beer in that city or whatever?
Yeah. Well, like, and it's interesting too, because they're like selecting places that are going to move more of lager, and like red ales and stuff like that. Like we've got like 3 places that move a lot of that. And then, like the Cheshire Cat in Ottawa, like KBC in Kingston, who are going to want like the West Coast and like the hazies and stuff like that. So it's kind of nice to have some like different avenues to send beer to for like the different varieties. But yeah, no, it's definitely something, especially now that I'm not just in the brewery brewing all the time and in the glass blowing studio blowing glass all the time, have more time to like reach out to licensees and go and visit them and drop off cans and, get in where we can. But we want to get in with people that kind of do what we do, that have like high quality stuff that are looking for something interesting.
Yeah. That makes sense. That you sort of like targeting more like, I don't want to say higher end, but there's a certain type of establishment that wants the styles of stuff that you do.
Exactly.
Particular haze.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. That was kind of what I was getting at. It was like, oh, like you just like, like some place like Durand or what's a good beer bar? Fucking The Brain out here. Or
fucking love The Brain.
Bar Hop or Milosh in London, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like that are known for having high quality Volo in Toronto, like all the great stuff. So it's more just like those are the places that you kind of want to be on, that are just like magnets for beer people that are going to introduce craft beer fans, because most of the people, the clientele and all of the places like that would kind of be like Trust in St. Catharines, stuff like that. They're just like craft beer fans for the most part, but not always. Because like Trust, I've been there a few times now. I love it. And I feel like they get the beer nerds, but they don't always get the beer nerds. They get a bit of a mix of people. I've seen people like, and you're kind of judging. You're like, I don't really think these group of girls are beer nerds. Maybe they are. But it puts you sort of in front of different people who may be not familiar with what you're doing, because you're a bit newer in the game within a year of brewing your own shit. And it puts you in front of those people, because I guess if that establishment chose to put you on, that means that's another cosign, since we were talking about that before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I focused mainly on the Eastern Ontario area, because like right now, if you go on our website, you can't order any of the beer and stuff like that, right? So I think once we get new canning set up, we're gonna have like whenever you release a beer, a certain amount will be like set aside for like selling online. Or like shipping to Durand or shipping to some of the other bottle shops, right? It's one of those things where like if you focus on Toronto and they're like, oh, Gather, we'd love to get beer from them, and so you go on the website, it's like, well, we can buy their glassware, but we can't buy their beer.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. That's like that's a next year plan for sure. One of our goals would be like get a good couple of like licensees in Toronto, get your name out there, have beers and some of like the bottle shops and like on the website for shipping as well, that'd be great. Yeah.
I think that would be really great. Even doing little things like I always tell Chris to do this at Durant, like do like tap takeovers. So he's done a few. I feel like you could be, because he's got probably 8 taps like you as well. And he got a Luca in recently. So is it 8? Maybe it's 10, 12. I don't know. Whatever. It's a reasonable amount that you could, like it brings people in. Like it's really good. It's good for the beer bar because it's exciting and it brings the locals in. And particularly if you're, how far are you? Like 5 hours from here or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's not a short trip, but that would be exciting for people here to be like, oh shit, there's this brewery from up there that's doing this killer stuff, and Duran's already known for pouring fire only. So if he's co-signed it, then it's like a cool way to like. It benefits the establishment, but it also benefits you as well to just be in front of people, and then you could come down for it. You got to be an excuse to come to town, and
exactly.
Fucking chat with folks, and there I went to the Third Moon one and the Badlands one there, and it was sick because the boys were there. Yeah, and people will love it. It's super small and what's the word? Cozy. Yeah. So it's like it's cool to do it because everyone's in this sort of smaller space. So even if you got 25, 30 people there, it's fucking rammed. Yeah, and you just sort of like it's a vibe. It's really cool. I think that's like exciting for you. Is that something you're interested in doing? Like tap?
Oh yeah, no, that would be great. Absolutely, yeah.
Because you've hosted them at your place, as you were saying earlier.
Yeah, and we've always like whenever we've done them, it's been awesome. And I think that's why we want to get more taps as well, because I think like being able to do that where like we could still have like 8 of our taps on and then do a tap takeover with whoever. Even if it's 3 taps or like 3 or 4 taps or something like that, and then get them to come, like it just adds that extra hype and gets people out. And I think like in general, like that's all we're ever trying to do is just get more and more people out. And that's like the thing with like the restaurant too. So like I guess it was in April, we like finished the renovations and like put in the restaurant portion of the business. Amazing. And that's been like really, it's hard because we can't compare to the year before, because the year before we only had like our contract beers and then like other beers on tap. So for like a big portion of that year, we had like basically like hot dogs and pretzels for most of that year. Okay. And we got some people to come and like do like set up outside and do food and stuff, but it's not like we had like a continuous menu and like or more of like a restaurant feel. But it was interesting. I think when I went to the OCB, not like this year, but the year before, they actually had a couple like kind of tap room talks, like with tap room managers and stuff like that. And there was a lot of really good discussion on just like, having good food, having like a menu, being like a restaurant, having like a variety of different drinks for different people to be able to have, so that like you can get groups to come in and they all have something to enjoy. Like at any given time right now, I think we have like 8 or 9 like different non-alcs like in the fridge. Amazing. Just like, and I try them all, and if I don't like them, then we don't bring them in. Like I want like good non-alcs, like gluten-free beers and cider, and then like a really, really good, like well-refined wine list. It's like, most groups that come in, whether it's like 8 to 12 people, like they'll be able to come in and like everyone there will be able to get something they enjoy, But yeah, like having like the restaurant portion of the business is obviously like more complicated to deal with and more service and stuff like that. But people stay longer. They come in bigger groups. They come for, birthday dinners, anniversary dinners and stuff like that. So that's been like really, really awesome. And then like our chef, he did like a whoopie pie kind of like dessert type thing with like the Dunkel the other day, and it's like it's so fucking good. Like we do like a burrito, and it's like all of the like pork and everything's like it's braised in like the Rusty Rambler. Like it's very cool. And then with that, we've been able to do like our wine tasting nights. So the wine club I think is bigger than the mug club, which is
it the same context where it's like they get their wine and
so they all have like custom wine glasses. They get their names engraved on them. They get like a bigger pour for the price of like I think they get like an 8-ounce pour for the price of like a 6-ounce pour. And then they get access to like our wine club events. So like every month we do like 2 wine tastings like back to back. So Andrew, my buddy, who's the wine sommelier, we've done it different ways. We've done it where like he's like picked the wines, and then our chef Craig gets to like try the wines, and he designs like a little like tasting menu to go with it. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. So we do we do 2 of those a month, and like, you know, it's sold out every single time, and then we sell like wine bottles at the end and stuff like that. But it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I think there's like 130 members in the wine club now. So it's like one of those things that we didn't even know that would end up being a thing, but clearly there's like an appetite for it in Merrickville, like in the area. So yeah, it's been neat. And it's kind of like a more like, it kind of fits with a lot of our more like high end type like vibe that we're trying to do. And so having the kitchens like allowed us to do it, which has been really cool. And I missed tonight. We were actually doing like one of our like beer events tonight before the podcast where we were
sorry,
like,
man.
It was like no, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I just couldn't go there first and have a whole bunch of beers and then do this. So
you kind of be lit. What was the event tonight? So it was like
so it was 4 different beers, and it was food pairings with all the beers, and then the new brewer was going through. He had like a whole kind of like slideshow with like all the different beers. And when he was like introducing the different beers, he was bringing around like all the malts for people to smell the different malts, and all the hops to smell the different hops and stuff like that. So we kind of call it like Beer School 101. So yeah, no, it's neat. I haven't heard how it went yet, but I assume it went well. So
I'm sure it was incredible.
Yeah.
That's so cool. So I'm looking, as you're sort of like talking here, I'm looking at the menu. Like the menu this is not what I expected. This is all, you got oysters and shit.
Oh yeah.
Bacon wrapped scallops,
Yes.
fucking bruschetta, the burrito, you talked the burrito,
Yeah.
like burgers, pork carnitas on tostadas, like dude.
Yeah.
Like, and then big ass potatoes, some pizza and shit.
Yeah. No, it's a cool menu, and it's the restaurants in Merrickville are like there's 5 restaurants in Merrickville, including us, and they're all very like pub food, and they're all good in their own like respective way. Like if you want to go have like a bang ass burger and fries and you know, like a pint, like they're not bad at all. But like our mission was not to like step on any of their toes, but make something like a little bit more refined. And that's worked out like really well for us, where I think if there's a lot of people in Merrickville that might be kind of tired of going to the restaurants and stuff like that, and they can come to us, and the menu changes. Like some of the things, like I think the bacon wrapped scallops, like they just sell so many of those that, you know, it's always stayed on the menu. But other than that, the menu will change like every 2 months or so. And the chef will come up with like new different food. So that's really neat. Yeah, the oyster, like I love oysters. So
they're the best.
I'm super happy to have them on. And usually they're on like Thursday and Friday, and then they sell out. But like it's a really cool like addition to have you know, to the business. Yeah.
I love it, man. This is like I think I've heard you talk about it, but I didn't really understand the breadth of what you're doing there. It's very cool, and I guess once I go to Merrickville, I'll see what it's looking like and be like, oh, okay, like you're saying, there's only 5 restaurants, including you there. I'm like, okay, so it's a different vibe. I think I've got I'm looking at your list, your beer list, except for the Bubs. I think I got every single beer in the cooler here, except for the glass blower, the other one that we can get. Yeah. But that's awesome. So it's really the freshest stuff that we have tonight, which is even cooler to see. Yeah, the club. And I know that you were I didn't actually I wasn't super aware of it, but you were talking with someone when we were there, and they were familiar with you. You were saying you're doing these so you got like glass blowing workshops.
Yes.
And it was something to do with like, I know they got the pumpkin thing, so I guess that was the fall thing that was like popping off.
Yeah, we did so many pumpkin workshops. So have you seen a glass pumpkin before?
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, yeah.
It looks pretty crazy.
It's
cool.
So no, and like we've been doing. Are you familiar with Blown Away? Have you heard about that, the TV show?
No.
So it's actually filmed in Hamilton. It's like a reality TV show about glass blowing, and it's really well produced. It's really well done. Like it's on Netflix.
What?
It's come around in like the past probably like the past 4 or 5 years type thing. And
it's filmed here?
It's what's it?
It's filmed in Hamilton?
Yeah. It's Toronto produced. Yeah. A bunch of my friends like built the studio and are like the assistants. They assist the glass blowers like on the show.
Right.
But when that came around, so many people were coming by and like asking like if they could try glass blowing and stuff like that. So we started doing the workshops, and this was long before we had the brewery and stuff. So we started doing the workshops. So basically, people come in. They get to like we gather up the glass for them. We pick up the color they want. We bring it to them at the bench. They get to like play around with the glass and make like the color design. And get a whole like explanation on the whole thing, and then they can come and pick up the piece after that, because obviously it has to cool down like overnight the next day. But the way that it's worked out now, which we never really foresaw before this, was that like people come in a group of like 8. They do like the workshop. They all go down to the glassblowing studio. They all get to like make a piece, and then they go up into the brewery. They have like lunch or dinner and pints and wine and stuff like that. So it's ended up being like a really, really like fun, interesting experience, which I think people are really like into now. Like I feel like a lot more people are doing presents that are more like experience. Like today we had like a birthday come through, and it was like 12 people, and it was like a birthday party, and they were all like making their own glass piece, and then they all had like lunch, and then they all had like pints and stuff. And it's like, instead of giving like presents and gifts and stuff like that, people are giving more like experiences. So that's worked. Like it's a cool thing. So like I think in like October we did like 250 like pumpkin workshops. It was just insane. Yeah, it's like just people love pumpkins.
So it's like whatever, 10 a day type shit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
Dog.
Yeah. And most of them stay for a pint or like get food after. So it's like this interesting attraction that's like bringing them into the brewery. And even necessarily if they didn't, if they're here more for the glass, they might be inclined to like stay after or, go somewhere else for food or something like that. But most of the people come and then stay for like beer and wine or food after. So it's like a really cool experience, especially because like, then they're going up into the pub, they're having beer made on site, in glass made on site, with food made on site. And it's like, there's not very many places that are doing that kind of like all encompassing experience going on, where it's like, yeah, we blew glass and then we drank out of their glass and then we drank the beer that they brewed there and then we had the food that they made there. It's like it's a very like individual experience for what you get to do in the world right now.
Dude, putting the way you just said that's so crazy, like in the best possible way. That's awesome.
It is crazy, for sure.
Yeah. But it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, it's crazy, but I think it's so sick that you've gone and turned something that was a certain way for 20 something odd years, and then been like taking your own, which often happens when someone takes over a business, whether you're forced to in your situation or whatever, or it's like inherited, but you turned it into this whole like beast unto itself. That's like, if people are gonna leave their homes in this, in this economy, it's got to be for a good ass reason. Yeah. And like, I don't really like even going to places that don't have a Luca, because I'm like, if we're gonna go out, I want a Luca. Do you have Luca tips? Because you should get some.
Oh my god, no, we did. Our grate system underneath. So like all the Luca caps are they're all designed to be like in Europe. So they're all of them. Their posts are really long. So like the way that it poured, it was like completely outside of like our catch for like beer. So
people have to have a bucket underneath.
I read about this because I was trying to figure out how to like get around it, and I haven't figured out how to get around it. So I still have the Luger tap, but I've taken it off because and we do so many flights. So the Luger tap, you basically have to be like, you can't pour flights with it because it just pours like on a little flight glass. It just mostly pours. Yeah. So what they would have to do is they'd have to pour like 2 flight glasses and then like wait, pour the other ones, and then combine the 2 together to get like enough beer for it to be like a flight glass. So there was issues on the bar side like that, where like if we had more taps, then you would have like a Luger tap, and then you would also just have a normal tap for doing flights of like the Pilsner, right?
Yeah, twice. Yeah, that's
true. Yeah, exactly. But like, man, it did when we were doing the Big Pans Pilsner, like on Luger, or when we had like Godspeed on Luger, like it was fucking amazing. But it's just not, you like when you come in, there's like a big pile of beer on the ground, and they're like mopping it up all the time because like it just spills out of the cup. And the way that you do it is you're dunking the beer into it and you're pulling it, like it always drips, right? So it's one of those things. I think if we get more taps, that would be like something we could do. But it's like,
That makes sense. It's like I've heard people say you just put like a bucket under that section.
Yeah.
So like that sort of would catch it because it goes over the drip tray.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a fair point and not something I haven't heard before. But all that to say was like I love the idea of that level of experience, and that people are going to give gifts. Like stuff is cool, but experiences are so much better.
Yeah.
And if you like, you go and make a pumpkin or whatever the fuck, and people come to your crib and like, oh, nice pumpkin. Like, yeah, I made that shit. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a story, and it's
Yeah.
like a centerpiece, and it's going to be attractive. I imagine people will probably pick colors and things that would match the decor, so they can make it really customized. And then, as you just described that, I'm just thinking of like imagine giving that gift to someone they didn't know about you, and they're a beer fan or whatever. So they'll come through, they do the glass blowing because I know nothing about that. That would be so sick. And then like, cool, so you can go upstairs. We got a restaurant upstairs. And you're like, oh, so I can just and we make beer. I'm like, what? Like, hey, and we cook all the food. Like, are you fucking serious? I'm like, I just spent the day glass blowing. Then I get to go and drink out of this glass that you guys make. Then you made the beer, and then you made like that is like such a and coming like back to like the Canadian ingredients sort of thing. Or maybe we'll talk about that off air. It's like, does it get any more kind of like local than that?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Every single step of the way, it's just you're supporting a local business through their multiple offerings. That is an incredible experience. And if you're, once again, you can get stuff that's made anywhere else, but you got this glass that's made here, and this beer that's made here, and this food. Like, I don't know, man. And as well, if you're not in Merrickville, it's a fun little trip. I love going to small places, like different places.
Yeah, great.
Particularly for beer. If I'm like, oh, they make Firehouse beer there, and it's even cooler than it's like, what the fuck is in this place? Oh, I've never heard of this. Where am I? Like, it's like top to bottom, like every single element of it is a dope experience. So it's extremely smart. I imagine, kind of based on what you said before, that not everything was planned. Was that full circle thing kind of planned, or is that like
no, I think it's all very organic. Like originally I didn't want to put a restaurant in just because of all of the, all of the dealing with a restaurant. Like I never worked in the restaurant industry at all. Neither did like my business partner or anything like that. So, but I think the way, like just from listening to podcasts and watching stuff and listening to people in the industry and stuff like that, like not having a restaurant can totally work in certain systems of breweries. But like for where we are, it was like, and that's the thing too. It was very like basically as soon as we opened the restaurant, we were the best restaurant in Merrickville because it was just, like the competition. It's not really big competition, right? Like if you go reasonably high end, you're the best restaurant in Merrickville. So we were able to come in there and like do that pretty quickly, which like, puts you at the top for like, there are people that come in for food and don't have any beer or any wine. They're just literally coming for food, which is also fine. Right. But yeah, like I think so many of the things throughout the entire trajectory that we've talked about have been like organically coming along as we go. And it's all like worked out like very well. But yeah, like the OCB, basically I came back from the OBC and I was like, cool, we have to put in a kitchen. And then we had to like plan out our brewery space and do all these renovations and plumbing and health and safety and inspections and all that stuff. Because like basically there, it was like so many of the bar managers were just talking about like the difference between having like a bar with like no food and a bar with food. And it's a completely different experience. So that all kind of like worked together where like now where we are, it just is, it's a very cool experience. It's a very like individual experience. Like, I mean, I think there is a place down in the United States that has a glass blowing studio and a brewery. They're in Louisville. I think I messaged you about this before. I should reach out to them. We should do a collaboration at some point. But
that sounds perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, like there's not a lot of stuff like that like in existence. So it's like doing. I really feel like COVID pushed that a lot too. Like I feel like in COVID we were trying to do especially like in the middle and like after where you'd been stuck inside for so long and you wanted to do more experience based things. I feel like that's like stayed with a lot of people where, they when they go out to dinner, and everything's more expensive now, and beer's more expensive, and food's more expensive, and experiences are more expensive, and everything's more expensive. It's like you want to go out for like the best possible bang for your buck and get like a really, really cool experience. So, you know, being like, oh yeah, we went out for dinner, and before then we got to blow glass, and like here's the piece that we made, and like they had a brewery on site, and we got to drink their beer, and like, oh, they also had an amazing wine list that like worked with like everything we wanted, right? It's like doing that whole all-encompassing experience, and bringing the same thing that we were talking about earlier. It's like the quality of the glass. We're bringing that same level with like everything else that we do, right? That I think that makes like a huge difference.
It really does. And yeah, if you're not, I've heard it, people talk before, like, and particularly in breweries, because it's alcohol. If you don't have like the kitchen or at least some sort of substantial food option, it cuts down the average ticket price like significantly. Because like if you're gonna go out for a beer, like you know, have a couple, then you're like, I should probably chill because like there's no food here. Then you dip. But if there's food, you might be like, well, I can still drive. I go and have this decent meal, this burrito, or whatever the fuck, or this nice food, and then I could probably have one or two more and still be completely chill.
Yeah.
So it's almost just like it's a lot easier. Like I totally get also the like you were saying, the the business model where you don't have a food program, but I don't know, it definitely makes it easier, because then if you're doing a bit of doing the rounds for the day, and you're checking a bunch of different places, and you might be like, oh, where do we eat? Should we eat this one, the next one? Or if it's like, well, the next two don't have food, so we kind of have to eat here. Like, it's, you know, it definitely is better for you as that business to have the food. But for you now, just the way, once again, you explained that full experience where you got everything top to bottom, and it's higher end food than anything else you could get in town. If someone went there, had a couple beers and left because you didn't have food, at least now you gotta. And it's not like we're saying higher end. None of these presses are anything close to what I would call higher end. Everything's very reasonable.
No, and one of our missions is to keep the food like, you know, like everything's done in house. Like all the sauces are done in house. Like it's actually super annoying whenever you're in there like brewing and working and stuff like that. There's like pressure cooking and like baking going on, so like it smells like delicious food all day, and you're just like,
yeah, God damn it!
You're just like, God damn it! Are you making bacon again, Craig? Fuck.
Like, give me a plate. Rack
like,
up.
Come on.
Put it on there.
Yeah, exactly. No, but when you look at like fucking Barrel Hard, like,
did you get down there?
No, I didn't know. I didn't get to go, and I really wanted to go, but it's like Michelin
next
star,
year.
like fucking, you know, like that's just such an incredible experience, and it works so well with what he's doing. Like he's done such an amazing job, and it's like, I mean, I don't think we're ever going to be like at that level where we're like getting a Michelin star or anything, but
never.
Maybe one day, you know. But like, yeah, there's something very like there's a differentiator there that like separates you from like the, you know, the groups of breweries in the area and stuff.
Yeah, that's really what it is, though. Like,
I think it's very important. It's very important now, right? Like it's a competitive industry, and you know, coming in hot to an industry like that, it's like, yeah, you like having those different things that separate you, that would bring people to you. It makes like a huge difference for sure.
Big time. And Barrel Heart's a great example of that. But you're doing it in a similar way, where you're offering, like, breweries that have also an expectation of like burgers and fries and stuff, which is sweet as. I'm never mad at that. And sort of maybe some nachos or something, just kind of like pubby type of food. So it's really nice when you just got something else at a brewery that's like, and that's why Barrel Heart's offerings stand out so much, because it's like on the extreme end, because it's I think it's Michelin Guide, but either way, it's fucking
like, Michelin Guide. Yeah, sorry,
whatever. It's basically the same shit. I've eaten there, like had some like appetizers there before, and they were just insanity. Like, I want to go now. You have to make reservations. You can't just really pull up. You gotta like.
Yeah, I saw that right after they did the announcement post. They were like, "Oh yeah, can you guys please make reservations?" And I was like, "Nice, good job, guys. Good job, guys." Like, no, it's sick. I'm so happy for them. You know, it's amazing. Yeah, very well deserved. Yeah.
So it's like, just I think to even just in beer, it's almost like just a little easier to even stand out in the food program side of things if you just got something a little different than that works. And you know, that's like for an in-house kitchen, like I was saying, the Wayward Lane had the dumpling truck, which is fun. Lots of breweries have so many different trucks and stuff. It's super fun.
Yeah.
If you got like an in-house kitchen, it's like, well, how do you make it sort of a bit of a different experience and also make the food that goes with the beverage offerings? Like you've got a diverse beverage offering because you've got wine and the cider and the non-alc stuff as well on top of the beer. Some places just do the beer,
Yeah.
so you got to kind of pair it up. But I think it's just nice, and you got, I don't know, like you said, maybe people aren't going out every week. Maybe they're going out once a month now. When they do, you don't want to be let down. It's not the same as if you're watching a movie and you're like, "Fuck, this sucks, damn it," because you're on Netflix. You go, "Cool, back."
No, we're like we're here, like when we go, like when we get our occasional date night away from the kids, like we're very selective where we go. And if we do find somewhere we like that's like reasonably priced and like really good and in my opinion has a decent tap list, it's like they will become like we will go there like once a month, you know. It's just like you know, and in places that we go that aren't as good and maybe they're a little bit more expensive and certain things don't like, oh, like there's not a wine that Liz likes or something like that, my wife. You know, it's like yeah, well, we might not go there again. So it's like it definitely has to be like a pretty like inclusive, like interesting thing. And then affordability, like that's something we're always kind of talking about on the food side, because like in general our beer is probably like more expensive on tap than like a lot of other places in the area. You know, you're getting what you're paying for, and then, you know, keeping the food like good and high quality, but at a price where people can come and have dinner and have a pint each, and it's not going to come to more than $100. It's like, yeah, that in this day and age, it's like that's pretty good, you know, as far as experience goes and food, right?
For sure, less than $100 for two people and some alcohol is, I don't even know the last time that would happen, unless you just have some appetizers and a beer.
Exactly.
Like it's not a thing. Yeah, it's good. It's just good that you've overthought. I'm really enjoying learning all of this stuff about what you're doing, because like I said, I heard you and someone were talking about I think it might have been the Cold Bear dudes. We're talking about the pumpkin workshops and stuff. I was like, oh, what are you talking about? I didn't really know. So that, and then I think you might have alluded to the food before. I had seen something about it, but I didn't really know the extent of it. So it's like, it's cool, man. It's cool to see. And once again, did you even think, like, I know you want to start a brewery, but you're like, I'm getting into the hospitality industry.
No.
No. I imagine that was
no. Like I'll talk with my wife about that. I'll be like, did you ever like? We never thought we'd own a restaurant. Like that's not that's not something we ever thought about. You know? Yeah. And even when I opened the brewery, I did not think that we would ever become like. I never thought we'd put in a kitchen, but. Just like I don't know if it was like statistics on Reddit and like different posts on there. Like I remember seeing posts being like, you know, like how much money did you make before you had a restaurant and how much money did you make after and stuff like that, and just like different stuff like that. And then like the OCB really brought it through, where there was a couple bar managers there and they were talking about like kind of like when they came in and they didn't have any food and then they put in a kitchen. And they started hosting bigger events and stuff like that. Like it's allowed us to host these like wine tasting events, these like beer events. It's allowed us to have like, you know, big parties where we get like a reservation for like 50 people and we do food for everybody. And they drink a ton of beer and alcohol and stuff like that. And also they order food and they stay for like 4 hours. It's like, it's a whole different ball game. And like, I don't necessarily agree with this, but I've seen it on Reddit where people are like, oh yeah, like gone is the day that you can just have a tap house that serves beer. Cause I do think there's places that can like still absolutely pull that off. And with the like lower overhead of not having a restaurant, they can like make it work. But I think in our area, and like our lower population too, right? Like we're not in like a location where there's like a massive, you know, 400,000 person subdivision like right beside us or anything like that. We're drawing from farther away. So having that like destination food, destination beer, wine experience type thing, that's kind of like what we have to go after, you know? So, but yes, and that's the thing too, is like I wasn't even a dish bitch at any point in my life. Like I never worked in the restaurant industry at all. It was very foreign to me for sure. So yeah,
it's probably good. I did my little stints in it and I sucked. I feel like it's an acquired, not an acquired skill. It's like you got it or you don't.
Yeah.
There's some people who are like, whether it's I've been a bartender, a server, a food runner, a bar back. I've done all the different stuff.
Yeah.
I was not bar back. I was pretty good at. You could keep, because all it is like, oh, give me 4 more Heinekens. Like you just fill up the fridges. But like the other shit, food runner, you just bring it out. It's not a problem. But when you're a server or you're a bartender, there's like this I would say it's like kinesthetic intelligence, particularly a bartender, because you're like, Mike, what do you need? I see your glasses, like basically take your last sip. What do you know? Another one? You know where the glasses are. Boom. Find it up. Sandra, what do you want? You need something else? Yeah, boom. And they're just like so smooth. Good bartenders are just like bam, bam. They already say, I see you, bro. I'll be there in a sec. Like just this service and this attitude. And as a server, you can just, there's some people who I would just write everything down. People would just like, cool, what do you need? Yep. You don't want any onions? Okay, no problem. Well done. Okay. And
they
they'll just
keep
remember
everything in their head. It's insane. I don't know. So so I'm a terrible server. I can like sit at the bar and like I can pour pints and talk about the beer like all day, but like serving tables is like I can barely do it. I'm terrible at it, you know.
It's an acquired skill then, I guess. It's like, or you just accept that you suck at it and you just be like, just bear with me. Yeah. It's probably okay because you're just like, look, I own the fucking joint. I'm here to make beer and make glass.
I try not to make that excuse too often.
That's true. Like, I'll do my best. Yeah, it's
I fuck up your order. It's because I own the place and I blow glass and brew.
And I'm just subbing in right now. Like, you know, bear with me. Yeah, it's interesting. It's going to be a strange experience, but like learning and it's fun and like. I feel like all of the apprehension that I have even thinking about working in a restaurant would disappear if it was mine. Because I'm like, I'll do this how the fuck I want. If I fuck up, what's my problem? No one's going to yell at me. Like, that would be pretty awesome. Because then, I don't know, for me, that's what I've had to walk out in the middle of shifts before. Because I'm like, I knew I'd be going to get fired. So I was like, I'm going to preempt this.
No, everything falls back on me for sure.
Which is better. Because it's sort of, because you can make it right. If something goes wrong, you're like, guys, my apologies.
Yeah.
What? How about we do this? The rounds on me, or whatever it is, like something like that. Like it's pretty easy to kind of fix up, right? But also, I imagine that, like in a community that's kind of smaller, people are probably more chill.
Yeah.
Is that a fair? I mean, I guess maybe.
No. I think so. I think that in general, I think people are like stoked enough about what we're doing that if they do come and we're busy and it takes a little bit longer to get food and a little longer to get service, they're generally like pretty understanding. But yeah, like, you know, we figured out like peak hours and having more staff on and all that kind of stuff. So we're like generally pretty on top of it. But like the kitchen, you know, is like one chef and then like a sous chef helping out on Friday and Saturday. And other than that, like if you come in during the week, it's like it's just him. So like, yeah, food can take a little bit longer. Like, you know, he's making all the food from scratch. So, you know, I think we just try and like remind people of that, and that usually like helps. But you know, I think in general, like people are stoked enough to just like be there and be like having beer and they like go watch. Hey, if you're bored and you're waiting for your food, go watch Glassblowing. Like.
Yeah,
you'll be fine.
Or just like talk to the person you came there with.
Yeah, exactly.
The goddamn beverage, like it's not that serious.
Yeah,
but okay, that's interesting. That is pretty fascinating. Now, look, I know we both haven't finished the beer. We have been yapping a lot, and we have a couple more to go through. You cool if we go to the next one?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, you got additional glassware there. I imagine if anyone has additional glassware, Michael does.
Full up.
Okay, we'll do the Canadian.
Let's do it.
Boom. So it's not a lager. It's called a Canadian ale. What would you call what's the closest?
Probably like an amber type thing. I think it's a very like light amber.
Okay. Boom. Nice little.
She's fizzy. She's excited.
Hey, I'm here for that, man. Let's fucking go. Oh yeah. Well, she's not bursting out the can.
No, that's good. It's this is like our version of Canadian ale. Nice glass. I want that.
I got you. I got you. Oh, if you need, I was gonna say.
No, this is highly carbonated. It's very excited.
That's a wicked head, dude. I see what you mean. It's like an almost amber.
Yeah, it's a little bit lighter.
Yeah,
it's probably like slightly lighter than I intended to be, but overall, like the flavor and everything going on is like really nice. It's Chinook and Cascade hops.
Okay. Chinook and Cascade, which is So it's like an amber ale is in the sense like the closest thing in the sense it's like a nice bitter,
Yeah.
crispy boy adjacent.
Yeah.
I guess an amber ale is an ale, which I always think of ambers as crispies, but I guess it's technically not. But close enough.
Yeah. But like it has like it's like nice and like golden. Some like it's got the nice like golden color to it, but it's probably more of like an amber type thing.
Yeah, it's like even just look like I know it's on camera, it's different. Look how different they look, but I'm sure
Yeah.
it looks exactly the same in real life.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, this has gone over
Nice.
like extremely well for us. I think we
great.
came out with this right before like the Blue Jays started going there. And
The timing.
yeah. So it worked out really well for that. But
Oh, we had this the other fucking night. That's why this is familiar.
yes.
Okay. I didn't review it though. What'd you say it was Chinook and Centennial?
Yeah.
Chinook and Centennial.
And then it's like 2-row with like just like a tiny bit of like color to it. So like super simple recipe, but it's one of those things where we just have like so many beer drinkers that just love these like multi like lagery beers. And this one, it was one of our like fastest selling beers. Like it absolutely just like flew through. Like we have like on our smallest tank, we do like kind of like test batches on things. And then if it does well, then we do it on like the bigger tanks. And it's like, we just did like a massive batch of this because it sold out like within like a month basically. So.
Ooh. Okay. And like, what's the consumer for this type of thing? Is it like the amber people who want this?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And do you go?
No.
I was just saying, do you need, because it's a Canadian ale and people are like, what's a Canadian ale? When you tell them, it's kind of like a lighter version of an amber, a little bit like nice. I'm getting all those things: bready, nutty, balanced sweetness, very smooth, a little bit bitter.
Yeah.
The closest thing is kind of like amber, but just like a little touch blonder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, and I think in general that's just like we have such a large group. Like we have like a motorcycle group that does like antique like motorcycles. We have like an antique car group that comes through. There's like the Legion that comes through. There's like the firefighter group that comes through. And this is like exactly what they want to drink. Like it's crushable, it's delicious. It's like it's not too hoppy. It's just like well balanced, like nice and like simple, and they slam through it. So it works really well. So like, and it is funny, like going back to that whole thing of like, I think originally I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna like, 4 hazy IPAs on tap, like, West Coast, and like, yeah, sure, maybe you have a lager or something like that. And it's just like, you got to work with like we in general with the glass and with like everything we do, it's like we're very like listening to our customers and like what they want and what they're enjoying. So when it comes to like as soon as we released the Rusty Rambler, and people started coming in for that red ale and they started like, coming more often and stuff like that. It's like, well, what can we do to like please that clientele? Because they're coming in, they're supporting us. They bought Mud Club, like they're here every week. It's like, what can you do to like make them happy and still have like a balanced menu? So like, I mean, this is in the same wheelhouse as the Dunkel and the Rusty Rambler, basically, where it's just like these multi-bready, like, and I feel like, as much as I love like the hazy IPAs, like I feel like everybody's had their palates like fairly saturated with all of that. And it's like, I'm very happy, like in between my like delicious hazy IPAs that I actually love to like, just like crush one of these.
I think that's exactly the move. I feel like you almost need to.
Yeah. You need like a reprieve from like the hops and the sweetness in order to like enjoy your next one, Like I'm a big switch back and forth and people are always confused by it because they'll come and hang out with me and it's like, okay, I'm drinking this double IPA from like all my friends or Badlands or Third Moon or Fine Balance or Counterpart or something like that. And then I'm like switching to like, it's like a Pilsner, and then I'm switching to like a West Coast, and then I'm going back to a hazy, and then I'm having a stout. And it's just like to get that, it's almost like the shock of your palate of like switching things up like that. Like going from the double to this, it's like, I feel like I almost get to like get like more of like an impact with this like flavor, because I just went from a double IPA that's like super hop forward and like sweet and like has a big bitterness, and it's like I can almost like understand this a little bit more having after a couple sips when your palate gets used to it of trying these different flavors. And it's like this is breadiness like off the charts too. Like it's just like so delicious.
Super bready. I think that's a really good point. I actually learned that I believe from the Third Moon Boys. The last pod we did, we had 6 beers, and I think we did like one of the kills, Rawak or the OG, and then a haze, and then it was like I think they had a dark lager,
Okay.
and then another haze, and then it was something else, maybe another lager or something else, and then another haze. And I was like, oh, you cut all of these? Like you wouldn't do any haze back to back, and because that wasn't how I thought we were going to drink. I thought we'd do the Pilsner, the dark lager, the something, then haze, like, and they were like, no, and I was like, oh, no shit.
No, it's a smart way of drinking for sure. And like I feel like, especially if you're trying a lot of different beers and trying beers from different breweries and like trying to like I feel like if I go like 3 hazies in a row, I just like get oversaturated. And that is the glory of West Coast too. And like it's too bad we just got our new batch of Feral Children's out, which I think I've sent you before. Like I think you've tried the Feral Children.
Yes, I think I have. Yes,
your West Coast, yeah. So and same thing is like the Glassblower or the Glassblower's assistant. We mess around with like the hops and the bitterness and the malt bill and all that kind of stuff. But like having that West Coast to like really break things up between is really nice. But I do feel like I see more often people coming to the brewery and they're going to start with like the glass blower, and then they're going to have like something like this, and then they might go to the West Coast, and they might go to the pale. They're just like switching back and forth more often, and less people come in and just have the same beer like over and over again.
I guess because like I get it if you like something, but I couldn't foresee any situation where I would have the same beer over and over.
Yeah,
anywhere, but particularly a brewery. Actually, the only place would be if you're at a fucking concert and all they have is
it's super bullshit. Expensive beer. Yeah,
we have to go to a concert on Sunday, and it's at Mud Club in Toronto. And last time we were there, it's the same as fucking everywhere. It's just the Molson license, so it's only like neutral vodka and like some Mill Street, and then all the Bud version. I'm just like, no, this time like we're not even gonna drink. We already talked about it. Like I'm not spending.
I just don't drink.
No, yeah, we're not. I think it's
if I go to those things, I just don't drink.
I think that's the move. We did it. We went to a live podcast a few weeks ago, and we didn't drink for the first time because our friend that we were with is Muslim. He doesn't drink, so I was like, no need to really like, because we were front row as well, so we don't have to keep getting up to piss or to like get another drink. And we were like, oh, this is fine. Because they only had the same license. All the venues in Toronto have garbage, all of them. So then we're like, we're already talking about. I'm like, no, I don't want to. I'm not, because I think every time we went to History in Toronto, which is the main place that the shows end up being, they're like, I think we would drop, including tip, it'd be like $1 a beer, so like $30 plus $2 tip for a Mill Street organic and a neutral vodka, which would cost us $6 at the LCBO.
Yeah, it's just.
I'm like. You are fucking fisting us for the worst shit. No shade, but shade, I guess. They're just not great. I'm like, this is not a nice experience. You spend $60 for 2 drinks each for a concert. I'm like, nah, fuck all that. So that's
just like, and that's a great opportunity to like enjoy it and just not drink. That's fine. Yeah. Like we went to like a Redbox game like earlier in the year, and it's just like I looked at the beer list and I was like, oh no, I'm good.
No, I'm okay.
No, I'm good. Yep. No. That's fine. Like, I first of all, I wouldn't drink those beers if they were like free. Like, I wouldn't be like super stoked to have them, even if they're just like, here, free beer. I'd be like, oh no, that's okay. I really don't want a Bud Light. Like, that's okay, you know. And then also, like, we have access to enough beer where we get to have like great beer all the time. So when when you have to pay top dollar for like shit beer, it's like, well, just don't drink. It's very easy. If anything, you get a night where you're not drinking, which is probably a good thing. So yeah.
Well, that's a good point. Either that or you drink when you get home.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so much easier, but it's why are we talking about that? We're talking about that was like a little sidebar there. What the fuck are we talking about?
Double sidebar. I'm not sure. Yeah.
This beer number 5, Mike, is what happens on the pod. And we finished the first few all the way. We had to just slow down a bit now. We're saying about the good beers. Fuck, I didn't even know. Whatever. This is great. Oh, we're talking about mixing it up and all, doing all the like
Yeah.
cutting the different things and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's yeah, and about appreciating. Yeah, particularly with haze. Like the palate fatigue is real with
Yeah.
haze.
It
So
is.
after those boys showed me that, I was like, oh, okay. So what I would tend to do, and I'm only one little bit out of making it perfect, but if on the perfect time, I would have, like I was saying earlier, like you have like a Pilsner or something, like a
Yeah.
dark lager, like a single, like 6.5% haze, a West Coast single,
Mhm.
another 6.5% haze, and I would normally do that just because I would have volume to get through, and
Yes.
then a double IPA haze.
Yeah.
So that would be the main thing where I would like fuck up, would it be a 6.5 to a double. But I always find that like I used to have it between every a full, like basically this glass, this is like one of those little like cans
Yeah.
beer. I think it's about 375 mils. So I would have this with sparkling water. I used to have it after every beer.
Ooh.
Then that was getting a little exhausting, pissing that much.
Yeah.
So I have it after every second beer. And I feel like that, because that would, oh no, then I would have those two back to back. But that kind of like resets the palate in a more, because it's sparkling water. So it's
Mhm.
like it kind of fizzes on your tongue a bit and kind of cleanses it to a degree. Which I find is pretty cool. And then if the only two things back to back that are quite similar are a single haze to a double haze, and sometimes I have the 8% would be a Westie, or I don't know. Right now I've got some Alchemist and stuff, so like those funky IPAs or whatever. Yeah,
God, I love a double Westie. Fuck.
Yeah, they're fantastic. I
You
find
get
that
a good double Westie is like, yeah.
Oh, it's a beaut.
Yeah.
The problem
there's not enough people making them. They're like
really.
very rare.
Yeah, I've got a few, and I always feel like they get relegated to later because of the double haze. And I drink singles more than doubles just because I want. Well, do I want to get through volume, or I have volume, so I have to get through? Whatever it is,
Yeah.
I got to get through the shit. So I'm like, well, I can't. Like, I want that Westie right now, but I can't really justify it because that haze has been sitting there, and if I don't drink that, but I know that Westie's got some time on it, so I tend to push the double Westies way longer than I would typically like, just because of fucking haze. It's the beauty of our life and the bane of our existence. You know?
Yeah.
Fucking haze. But yeah, all of that. This is this is really nice to sort of like to cut things up a little bit. This is a great beer for that, and it's nice to hear that you're even like noticing, like in the brewery, like that you're seeing like these patterns of people's drinking. Is that something you just like, if you're bartending, is that something you just are you looking for that, or are you like you just happen to notice it because you're serving them and you're like, oh, you just had that.
Like I just spend a lot of time talking to people about beer and getting their opinions about things and seeing what they're drinking and seeing what they're trying. There's so many regulars that come in that have lots of opinions, which is great, you know, whether it's good or bad and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, great to get the feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. So just like talking with them and like seeing what they want. And I think that's I think that's been one of our big differentiators, is that we will like we have a couple people that were asking for a beer like this, and then we were like, okay, we'll try and make a beer like that, and we just do it in the small tanks, and we, you know, you get like a decent yield, and you get to like test it out and see how it sells, and like if it does well, then you can bring it to the bigger tanks and get some more output, you know. But yeah, just like talking to the customers is just like so important. And sometimes I'm stressed and I'm busy and I'm working on a whole bunch of things, and the last thing I want to do is hear about someone's opinion of what kind of beer we should do. Right? But you know, there's enough people kind of like talking about these different things that they like really want, you know, and clearly we like did this and it did really well, and the reception was really good and the response was really good. You know, enough that we're brewing it like on the biggest batch that we can and bringing it out. You know, it's like it's a good way to like support your community and kind of like make them feel special. Like every single person that tried this beer and was like, or talked about this type of beer, and then we produced it for them and then they like it and they told us to like it and we do it again, it's like they're gonna feel like that kind of like collaboration with us, just like we feel like when we do big collaborations, right? The same with like the Mug Club beer. It's like the Mug Club beer that we did like disappeared so fast because they were part of it. They felt like they helped create it. They helped design the beer. So they have like that connection to it, right? So like, when all these people have been asking about this kind of beer, and then we're like, okay, we did it, it's in the tanks, and they're like, oh, amazing, and then they get to try it and they love it. It's like, they're gonna have that connection that brings them back, or gets them to buy a 6-pack and bring it home. It makes all the difference in like sales wise, right? So but like happy customers, like it's just, we have like really good bar staff that do a lot of like conversating with like the customers, and connecting with them, and like whether they feel like they're friends or they're like buddies or they're like bartender or whatever it is, right? Like it makes like a huge difference if I can go to our bar staff and be like, what's selling well, what are people liking, and they're like, oh, the Canadian ale's crushing. Like people really love that. And it's like, okay, well, that's something we can continue doing, and bringing out those multi beer that people clearly are enjoying.
Are into, huh? Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of perfect place to get that feedback, and the fact that you're listening and really taking that in. And I guess that's the beauty of like a smaller place in the and craft breweries, meaning that just smaller craft breweries where that feedback is either like the owner is working, or the staff are so close to the owner. Be like, if you just go on, maybe they'll come and pass on the feedback, or like that, you'll just be like, oh, how did it go tonight? Like, what were you selling most of? And then they can tell you, and you just getting that immediate feedback so that you can move in the direction of what the customers want. And hopefully that's the same direction that you want to go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I feel like at this point, it's like we know the glass blower is successful. Like it sells well. Anywhere. People like it. It's thick. It's hoppy. They like that it's different. If people are coming in once a month, they might get the same glass blower twice, and then the next time they come, it's a different glass blower. It's a different hop. It's different. It's like we switched up the yeast like multiple times on it. It's different malt bills. So they get it kind of fits with that like, oh, trying different hazies type thing. But satiating the other customers that want like some of those different beers. It's like, oh, you come one time and the Canadian ale is on, and then you come like a month and a half later and like there's a Rusty Rambler, and then you come again and the Dunkel is on. And it's like they fit that same sort of bill that probably works with like their palate and what they like in beer. But like every single time it's like a little bit different. And then like basically, so we are getting like the damn good lager. So like our main lager, like we get it contract brewed. And so it is always exactly the same. And there is like a certain clientele that they just come in and drink damn good lager, and that's all they ever drink. Right. And it works really well because like I feel like we don't have to cover that same field like with the Pilsner. And that's why we were able to do like the New Zealand Pilsner and stuff like that, because I feel like there are certain people that come in and it's like the only thing they'll drink is the damn good lager. And that's fine, because that's their wheelhouse. Their wheelhouse is lagers, and it totally makes sense. But I feel like even for like the, red ale or like amber drinkers and stuff like that, like having some variety, like they seem to really enjoy that. So I feel like it's just as important to us as all the people that come in that want like the haze and the pale and the double IPA and all that kind of stuff,
It is, because I guess they've replaced you as like, like you're their watering hole, essentially. Yeah. And typically, if you think of a watering hole type of cat, like they go in there, they got their beer, and I want fucking that and that only.
Yeah,
that's almost like it's almost like cooler, because they could go anywhere to get whatever they want. Obviously, they can't go anywhere to get the damn good lager, but they've been like, no, I like the vibe here. This beer scratches my itch, and I just only want that, and I'm not particularly interested in trying other stuff. I just like the vibe. I like the people. I like the food. I like this fucking beer. I'm gonna stick to that. I like.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, man. Like it's a different thing. It's almost like a different level of like respect from a crowd. Then you got dudes like us who come in there like, all right, what's new? What you got? What's popping here? Cool. Let me try this Pilsner, this New Zealand one. Ah, cool. You get this fucking Caramel Stout. Ah, sick. You get this fucking Canadian. It's different types of customers, and you're satisfying all of them.
Yeah, and we're like slowly training them to like. It's like, yes, you're a red ale drinker. You're like ambers, but we're slowly like training them to be like. You might come in and there's a different amber, like try this amber. And like in general, they're pretty like approachable. Like ambers in general are fairly approachable. So, like this isn't a crazy step off from the Rough Sea Rambler. You're going to get a lot of the same things that you like in that type of beer. So in the same way, it's like very sellable, right? Yeah.
Do you give them like little samples of stuff to just sort of like like, hey Jeff, like I know you fuck with the amber, but like check this out. We got this bad boy that you might like.
Yeah.
Or do you even okay, so you do that. Do you even like take him or her out of their
We try
conversation?
to. We try to for sure.
How
No,
does that
like
go?
like it's crazy. The amount of flights we do is just wild. Like
Okay.
I didn't know we would do so many flights, but if we look on like a busy Saturday, busy Friday, busy Sunday, or something like that, it's like the amount of flights are like wild. Of just people wanting to try like all the different beers, which is very like brewery centric type thing. But yeah, no, it's definitely like interesting. Like they want to try like all the different beers and like yeah, it's especially nice when we have like flights of 4 and then 8 taps, so they get to like just try all the different beers, right?
Over 2 flights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, so it's like the amount of like tables where it's like it'll be like a table of 8 and all of them do 2 flights, and you're like, okay, you're trying all of the beers. And like they might have a pint after or not, because like in total, I think the flight is like 16 ounces. So
So it's the
you know,
equivalent of like 2 pints
exactly.
in the
Yeah,
end, and they might take some cans to go or whatever
yeah,
from
exactly.
that.
Yeah.
I've heard different takes from brewers on flights. I used to be a flight guy, but because of my stupid reviews, it's too much. Like I'd rather go to a brewery and have 2 pints than
Yeah.
have a fucking flight and have to review all 4 of that.
Yeah, and like I don't usually do flights either.
Yeah, don't
Like
either.
that's no, I usually try. I want to like
Soak
try.
it up, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want to try like a good amount of the beer in order to like really like appreciate it. And I also feel like people's palates can get like a little bit mixed up if like the flights are very all over the place. Like we try and design our menu so it goes from like lager, pilsner, red ale, dunkel, hazy, west coast. You know what I mean? We try to like build it like
Logical.
that a little bit, but it doesn't always work out. Like if something blows out early and you got to put a west coast on like number 2, it's like yeah, that kind of like fucks up the flight a little bit.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've had people say that they just don't offer flights because kind of what you're saying, like that they feel that it doesn't do the beer any justice. And I've also
Mhm.
heard brewers say, I swear I've heard this recently, like it must have been at OCB, where like people will come in, they'll have a flat and they'll be like 2 out of 5, great pilsner or whatever. I'm like,
Yeah,
or because that's the annoying one, or just they say it's whack. I'm like, dog, you had fucking 3 ounces of this shit, like
yeah,
whatever, like or
yeah.
whatever
And
it
then
is.
you followed it up with like a blueberry wheat or something like that, and you're like, oh, this one was good, but this one wasn't good. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I'm like, you had nothing of it,
yeah,
but the untapped thing is definitely not good. But also, I do understand the idea of coming to a place and then saying like, all right, I want to get a pint of something, but I don't want to like maybe if you're that's kind of what I did. I ever have a pint? Sometimes I would afterwards, but for the most part, I'm like, oh, I'm in this new place. I just want to try as much as I could. But now I'm more, and this sounds like you and I are on the same page with this, where I just like I'll do my research beforehand. I'll check their
yeah,
Instagram. I'll check
yeah,
Untapped. I'll see what what they have. I'll see what I'm in the mood for, what that brewery is known for. If they're known for haze, I'll be like, all right, let me see what haze they got. Boom, let me see what's on, like what people are saying on Untapped. Not that I take complete guidance from that, but I want to see what it looks like. I want to see is it
yeah.
yellow, murky, blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
is
Is
it the haze I'm looking for? Yeah.
it does it have those characteristics? And I'll be like, I think that's worth rolling the dice on. And I would I would rather do that. And if it's not exactly what I love in the end, then I'm like, okay, well, that's part of the game.
Yeah.
That's part of it. You roll the fucking dice. Sometimes you fucking score, and sometimes maybe it's not a home run, and that's okay. It's
Yeah.
completely okay. But yeah, so some brewers don't do flats. But if I was you, I would do flats. Like if I owned a brewery, I would absolutely do pints, like certain flats, for no question. But I do understand the integrity of the beer. All of that to say, for Gather, did you decide to do it because the people wanted it, or you just did it anyway?
Yeah, no, we did it like off the hop, and yeah, no, it's incredibly popular. I think people just want to like try all the different beers. Even when we did flights when we had like almost none of our beers on tap, and it was just like so that they could try like all of the different beers, and people enjoyed that in the exact same kind of way, where they were just getting like all these different type of beers to try. And yeah, and I think it's a very similar type of thing where they're like that, like different palettes, like different things going on with different beers, right? and it makes like a huge difference with everything that they're trying and reflecting on the different beers and stuff like that. But yeah.
From because I'm just thinking of like the critiques I just mentioned for that people said of flat, say like the brewers who are like mad that people untap, checking into Untapped for
it's like a little tricky when people check into Untapped like with flights, because I feel like they're not getting like we do a lot of it. It's like it's a picture of the full flight and it'll be like second from right. You know what I mean? And it's like well, you had like you did 8 different beers and then you're rating them all on Untapped, and you didn't really have like a pint of each and you were drinking them all back to back. Or I'll also see people being like,
oh, just necking,
and they're like just trying like a sip of each, and it's like, well, that's like you're gonna get like a lot of different like conflicting like palate things going on. Like if you go from the West Coast to like the hazy, it's like the hazy is gonna feel like quite sweet, even though it might actually not be quite sweet, right? Like, yeah.
In comparison, what sort of percentage of the people are those sort of Untapped people who are sort of misinterpreting the product versus just curious people who don't even know what Untapped is and they just go to a brewery? I'm like, because there's probably a lot of people who go to breweries who don't know what Untapped is. They just like getting flights because, like, I like going to breweries. Like, they make all the stuff, and I can get a whole thing of 4 to 6 beers wherever, and it's kind of fun. Like, what sort of percentage of that would it be, like, of the Untapped compared to regular?
Yeah. Do you want to talk? Let's do a piss break and then talk about Untapped.
You know what? Yeah, holding it. Let's go. Go back, Michael. Where were we?
Untapped.
Untapped. Okay. The percent. Thank you. Somebody here is paying attention. Did you have like a vibe like the percentage of regular customers who are just coming in to enjoy beer versus the Untapped type of crowd, which doesn't necessarily mean super beer nerds, but just the people who are sitting there looking through and checking in and like, what would be the percentage of Untapped to regular folks?
We're probably like 20 or 30% like Untapped.
That's higher than I would have thought.
It's like
that's pretty good, man. That's good.
I think every brewer has like a love-hate relationship with it.
I think so too.
It was really cool when we were putting other hype breweries like on tap and having them in cans and stuff like that, and we were like posting on tap, and it would let people know when we had these like new drops in and stuff like that. But it's like it was funny. So Andrew, my friend there, who's like the wine sommelier, he was like, oh, check out this brewery that I like really love and stuff like that. And I like that they're Untapped, and I checked them out and I was like, oh, they're not scoring like really high on Untapped. Like they're probably like, they're probably like medium level good, like blah, blah, blah. And he was like, well, what's that like based off of? And then like we got drunk and hung out together one time. We really like got into it. And he was like, okay, so like when we broke it down, we were like, this is mostly based off of like what kind of hazy production they have, or like barrel aged stouts.
Yes,
like that's like basically what it came down to, which is fine. But it's like, we were at like, I think we were at 420 for like a long time at the start. When we even like based off of our beers, like when we were doing like some of the first glass blowers and stuff like that. Okay. And then as we brought out more stuff like the Rusty Rambler, and then we did like a light lager, and it's like 3.62 or something like that. And it brought us down. It's like I think we're at 4.4 or something like that right now, which seems to be kind of like a happy zone where we're 4.4. Yeah. It's good. It's not like I would prefer to be higher than that, of course, but like because we do so many like lagery type beers,
4.04 average, you are right.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, not 4.40 or anything. Yeah.
That's you're over 4.
Yeah, which is like I hope to stay over 4. I hope to stay over 4. That's where we'd like to be.
Yeah, Doug.
But because we do so many like the Canadian ale and stuff like that, and like Pilsner and all these different things, like they're not gonna rate as high as like the app is definitely like kind of like built for people that do like mostly hazy beers. It's like if that's all we ever came out with, we would be much higher. And like our light lager was like I actually thought it was very good for a light lager. I don't particularly like that type of beer, but like we made it like as flavorful as possible for like 3.4%. But it's like it just will never rate as high as like the cool new haze, the new glassblower, like a new imperial stout you do, or a barrel aged stout. So it's one of those things where it's like we pay for the app so we can have the menu up and all that stuff and everything like that. And it's like it's not really it's I think it's built kind of for like very particular breweries to do like really well with, but you know, I think as long as we stay like up high, it's like it's good for us. And getting your local population to like rate you well also makes a big difference.
Yep.
But it's one of those things where it's like I think also we've had some beers that have been like really good that I think would have like placed well and maybe got us like a community award, but we don't even get enough votes to get a community award.
How many do you need?
I'm not I think you need like over 100 ratings on a beer. And like we don't have the distribution to like ever get that. So like at one point when we were contemplating whether or not we keep on like paying for the app, because it's like, you know, it's $150 Canadian
a month,
per month. So like, and it's, you know, it's like, it's a good thing to have, but also it's basically just a menu that we could put up on our TV screen, like however we wanted. Right. Yeah.
Just to confirm, it's 50 unique ratings from 50 unique users.
Okay. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah. So I think maybe on a couple of beers we've got that. But like in order for like we've talked about it, like in order for us to do that with like Overblown, like our double IPA, which is like rating well right now, it's like we would need to get that out to quite a few licensees, or be like shipping cans in order to get enough ratings on that to even potentially get like a community award or something like that. Which is kind of like the point of Untapped. In some ways, like rating those beers, getting them highly rated, getting community awards, getting like, you know, people coming out to your brewery, because like we have had people come to the brewery being like, oh, you guys are over 4. So like, you know, you're like a must see brewery. And it's like, oh, okay, sweet. You know, and being able to balance that with making all of the kind of like different, more lagery beers we do, as opposed to like just the hazies or just the barrel age. It's like, that's great. But I think even somebody like Fine Balance, that's why they might not rate quite as high, because they come up with so many different, like they have Hefeweizen, they do a Kolsch, they do like a wheat beer, they do all of these like different things, and it's like the app is almost not really like built for like, or not built for it, but like they're just not going to as favorably you know, like rate as well, right? Like Bad Bones is going to do fantastic. Like all they're making is incredible.
They are the second. I checked the other day.
Yeah,
I was talking to somebody, and they were the second in Quebec.
Yeah,
like if you actually search for Quebec, the only one bigger is Brett Sauvage, and because all they've done is all haze. I think they did one lager, one Westie, and one stout. And that's it. Or they called it a black wine, whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's
so it's like it fits like it was so interesting, like getting drunk with my buddy and talking about that, because he's like big lager, big Pilsner guy, like
asking
big,
all the questions.
Yeah, well, and big wine guy, and there's wine rating sites for the same kind of thing, right? And I think Untapped actually is slowly working that into it. Apparently,
they got bought by I believe it's called EKOS, EKOS.
Yeah.
And
so like the beer distribution. Yeah.
So I think that is a hospitality company. So it's not even distribution as much as they own or other venues, and they want to sell the concept of Untapped instead of just to breweries like you're paying for it. They want to sell it to everywhere, and some places just have macro beer, which is fine, but they also want them to be able to check into Diet Coke and fucking vodka
or like
soda.
Wines, like check into wines. You know,
I haven't found any wines on there. I've checked. I had one last night, and I looked for it. It wasn't on there, but Diet Coke is on there, like Fanta and Sprite and all this bullshit. It's ridiculous, Doug. It's fucking crazy. And
it's so interesting.
I don't know if you've seen the subreddit, but people are pissed.
Yeah,
so what you can do.
Mean, it's like taking your favorite like beer reviewing app and just like making adding in a bunch of shit, right? Like it's not. Yeah,
beer users made it what it is. And all you've done is said "fuck you" to the beer users and be like, "We're going to rate Diet Coke now,"
Yeah.
because they're trying to sell the product to somebody else. I think they should have taken the back end template and made another app for all beverages. Say like, and keep Untapped for beer. Make a whole other app for everything else, but it's exactly the same and just different colors or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that would have been completely fine. I think it comes across as a disrespect to, which obviously the people, I'm not mad at the capitalist side of it, because if you built an app and you got 12 million users all around craft beer, which is an industry that's technically not growing right now, fucking more power to you. And you can go sell it and cash in and get your 10, 20 milli, whatever they got for it. Fucking kill it, brother. I'm all for it. But I think that the new company had, like, for it to continue to thrive and grow, they should have like split it off and just had Untapped and then Unbeverage or whatever the fuck, call it something else, and just have everything else in there. So, but you can go in and you can turn off what you see. So I just went and you can go in, you can unselect non-alcohol. Well, I kept non-alcoholic because I want to see non-alcoholic beers because I check into non-alcoholic beers, but I don't want to see sodas. THC drinks I haven't seen. Apparently that's on there, but you can unselect a bunch of stuff. So I went and selected the stuff I don't want to see. I don't use it like that. I just use it. I just check in, and occasionally if I'm there, I'll scroll and I'll just like the last 3 posts or toast, whatever it is, and then that's it. I don't like engage or use it as some sort of social media app. I want to keep track of what I've had.
But I feel like if I feel like the moderators of it or the creators or the like the engineers that are building the app, is like if they could make it make more sense across the board, as in like I don't like looking at Godspeed and seeing like, you know, some of their amazing pilsners at like 380. Like I don't like, it doesn't make any sense because it's not proportionate to like the quality of beer. And that's partially just like that's the cool thing about people being able to vote on it. It's the same with like Reddit, right? But like if there was more of like a voting scheme to it that worked more between like the different varieties, it would kind of like make more sense, you know? I don't know. It's a hard thing to like, I feel like they're doing a good job of like figuring it out and making it like work. But it is hard for like there are some breweries that do like absolutely amazing beer across the board, and they don't make any hazy IPAs. And it's like, they will be quite lowly rated on Untapped, right? So it's an interesting thing where it's like, it's more like, is it a beer rating app or is it like a hazy IPA and barrel stout rating app, right? Like which is it? Because if it's not just for hazies and barrel aged beers and like imperial stouts and stuff like that, then like should it be regulated in more of a way that's favorable to breweries? Like there are some incredible breweries that do, you know, like Godspeed's a very good example. It's like, shouldn't they be like really high rated? I feel like they should be very highly rated on Untapped. You know,
when it came out, I think I got Untapped in 2011 or 12, and the hazy IPA is one thing. So it was just a beer rating app. I don't even know if they had all of those different things with that everyone's talking about now with the like top things per country and back then. So it turned into that because that like haze became the primary style of search stout style of beer nerds, and then obviously barrel stouts, as you mentioned. So it kind of turned into that. And I think the other problem is that people have their own rating systems that aren't necessarily accurate. So I've had to teach people. I had someone that, you know, say to me, yo, people come in on the day the beer is released and they'll go and this is a brewery that's known. I'll tell you off air. I don't want to put them on blast. Because it's a fair comment. They're like, people will come in and they'll be like, oh, they'll rate a brand new beer. Like, this is fantastic, 3.2.
Yeah.
And then they think for their rating system, that's great. A great beer is like, it's out of 5. It's more than half of the way there. It's fucking, the 3.2 is awesome.
Yeah.
But their distributors in Europe, say, for example, that take beer and they want a minimum 4.2 average to take that beer. So on the release day, everyone else is giving it 4.5, 4.8, 4.2. And then someone goes and gives it 3 point something, and that takes the average down because it's such a big difference. below that 4.2, which could potentially cost them a distribution deal when that beer is objectively fire.
Yeah.
And I don't think people know that because they think I've got my rating system. There's some other people I know that I've seen some of their shit. Like people who got I hit 10,000 beers this last weekend. And
congratulations.
It's not even something to celebrate. It's pretty stupid, really. But I know people who got 20,000. I see these and every beer I go to check in, there's this one cat has had everything I've had.
Yeah.
And he gives incredible stuff. 3s, nothing. If I see something in 4s, I'm like, whoa, like everything is like 2s and 3s.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, so this person has their own rating system. I don't know if they know or care the impact that has on breweries, because Untapped has an outsized impact on breweries, and I don't know if everybody knows that. And they might be like, yeah, I got my system. I'm like, yeah, but your system is fucking the breweries, dog.
Yeah.
And I don't know if people know that. So I've been trying to sort of, if I have an opportunity to either say it here or to tell people one-on-one, be like, look, man, I get it. Totally. But just so you know, it depends how much you care. But if you do that, it fucks them this way. This is how it fucks them. Or like you said, you got people who, like you said, they come in because you got an average 4 rating, right? Which is a highly regarded thing. But I've also heard from multiple people that people will come in and the bartender, hey man, what do you need? But just give me a second, let's check it.
Yeah,
and they'll be you've seen that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, like, absolutely.
And they do the 4 as the benchmark. So if a beer on average doesn't have 4, they won't get it.
Yeah.
And how many Godspeed, True History beers, Silo, any of the other crispy forward breweries, wouldn't hit 4 for the most part.
They don't rate well. And that's the thing too, when you're talking about shipping to Europe and stuff like that, it's like if we're looking at Ontario breweries and our kind of representation, and if Godspeed could be shipping out to them, it's like those crispies will do absolutely amazing in Europe, right? Like don't we want that there? Like don't we want that representing Ontario? Yeah, and it's very interesting. So we have like my wife's in real estate. We've renovated some crazy properties and done this stuff. It's like we're on Airbnb. We have 2 properties on Airbnb, and it's such a funny thing because like if you get anything below a 5, like if they give you a 4.5, it's like something was terribly wrong. And it's such a weird thing. Like if you don't get a 5-star review, then like something was like the way that they're building these rating systems is like if it's not super high, then something was terribly wrong. And it's like in our messaging to them when they like finish their stay, it's like if you didn't have a 5-star stay, like please tell us. We will try to like remediate this for you, because anything other than a 5-star stay is like terrible, because if you go like low enough on there, like you just won't get bookings. And it's like it's the same kind of thing in like the beer world, where if you go like low, like I think we're at like 4.20 before we brought out that the light lager. And the light lager it's just continuously brought us down. And it's just like that's crazy that you could bring it. And like it was like I said, it wasn't a shitty beer either. It wasn't like we didn't make a terrible beer. It was just a light lager. Like in my opinion, it was pretty good. It wasn't maybe as good as some of the other beers we brought out that are like more bigger and flavorful, but yes, it's a light lager. That's kind of like what it's meant for, right? So like if they could figure out something with that, like mess with the rating system a little bit to make it a little bit more even, that would be good for like other breweries. But it's one of those things where they have
to weight styles or something.
Yeah, like a weighted style or something like that. And then like also like I feel like they're not picking up on some of the new like the new styles as well. It's like, when are we going to separate like the LCBO hazy IPA from like the actual hazy IPA? And like, are we calling that like a saturated ale or hoppy ale? Like what, like we're seeing that in Ontario, Quebec, and Canada already, where it's like it's like, how are we separating like how are we separating the hazy IPA that's like very like loose and very like transparent between like the Badlands, the Third Moons, the like really, really nice thick hazy IPAs. And like when you go in there, you're trying to classify like what you're making. It's like there isn't the type of selection where you can be like, oh, I'm doing something like different, Because I think that would also make like a big difference as well if they like started doing stuff like that. It's like just separating the beers a little bit more into different categories where it's more selective, and you can be like, oh, we're a brewery that's making like this type of hazy IPA. So
like delineate a little differently within haze.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there needs, and like the West Coast is the same type of thing. It's like
old school, new school, whatever.
Yes, it's absolutely. Yeah. Like it's been interesting. I think you've had some of our feral children, which is our West Coast, dedicated to all of the massive amount of children that run around our brewery on Friday nights when we do.
Told us about that in fucking at the OCB about how like it's your kids and everyone wants to come together because now all the kids are.
Yeah.
I had the Simcoe Amarillo Centennial one, so this was pre Volume 1 and 2 and such.
Okay. Yeah.
This one, yeah. That was
like we messed around. Like it started off
September.
as
this year. Okay, so a couple months ago. Shit, I don't even remember.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm always okay.
So I think it started as more of like what we would call more of like a modern West Coast. So it was like it was pretty fruity and pretty like a slight bitterness on the background. Okay. The last one we did was like basically like a fully traditional West Coast. Like I think it ended up being like 85. I don't think you had that one. It was like 85 IBUs. It was like very.
I saw one in there. Like there was one there. It was a pink can.
Yes.
Was it the same one I had, or would it have been a different one?
It was a different one, probably.
Okay, it might have been Volume 2.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah. We've been messing around with that, trying to find like exactly what the beer drinkers are in our area are like looking for like bitterness wise. But like I feel like even on that front, it's like, you go in there, you look at West Coast, and it's like, well, all these West Coasts aren't the same. Like if we're doing like a modern West Coast, it's like basically doing a hazy IPA, bio-finding the shit out of it so it clears up nicely, and like, it's all sweet and no bitter. Like I've had so many West Coast that I'm so disappointed in, where it's just like there's no bitterness on the backbone. And it's like it's just not. It's not that. It doesn't have to be a traditional West Coast. Like I do enjoy something that's like a little bit more fruity on the front and just like a little bit of bitterness in the backbone. But like there needs to be more separation on that front. And the same thing, like I think you're Changing Colors podcast.
I was about to mention them. Yeah.
Yes. And he did such an incredible breakdown of like the difference between a saturated like hoppy ale and like a hazy IPA. And I feel like if they're like the ones regulating the whole rating system, they need to get like up to tune with what's going on. And we need to like separate the two of those, because I think they're actually very different things. And a lighter hazy IPA that's like not quite as like thick and murky and stuff like that, like it's crushable in a certain different way that like I enjoy sometimes. And I can enjoy that in a different way than I can enjoy like a more thick and murky like IPA. Like I feel like they're very different types of beers, and they should be rated differently.
Dude, I've never thought about this, and my immediate gut feeling is like, yes, they are different. So do you think that people rating one of them, whether it's the lighter LCB, just call them LCBO versions to make it easier, as you said before, like the LCBO versions versus what you do differently?
Absolutely.
And when you're saying differently, do you think there is one of them getting higher ratings and they don't deserve it, or is one of them getting lower ratings and they don't deserve it?
I think they're just being rated on a completely different level. Like I think the thick, murky beers are getting rated like way higher. I think from brewery standpoint, like it totally makes sense. It's like anybody that's doing those thick, murky, hazy IPAs, they are spending way more money on hops. They're putting way more money into production. Like when I can basically pick up now when I'm tasting certain like LCBO haze, how much of like spectrum or whatever they're
trying to maximize yield.
They're maximizing yield, right? And that like totally makes sense. It makes sense for what they're doing and stuff like that. But like there's a very big difference between the two, and it's like they really shouldn't be rated on the same scale, because some of those beers are super crushable and delicious, and people that are in that wheelhouse of liking, like some people don't want that amount of thickness. They don't want that amount of murk.
Yeah.
Their preferential hazy IPA is going to be that more like drinkable level. And it's like they should be able to rate that like really high in its own category. But I think that like the hop saturated ales and like the more like thicker beers is like I think they should be in a different category because I think it's a completely different thing. When you try the two different like side by side, it's like it's wildly different.
It's night and day, Doug. Yeah.
Yeah. And the same thing with like a traditional West Coast and like a more modern West Coast. Like they're very different things. Right. I've had some double West Coast that have like it's 8.5%, and there's almost no bitterness like on the backbone of the beer. And it's like that is fine for like what it is, but it is not like a traditional West Coast, and it should be called something different, you know? And it's like the whole beer world, it's like the Lovebird episode that you just did. I listened to it when I was on my way up there to Third Moon. It's like he's basically like inventing new beers all the time. Like they don't fit in like a certain category. And neither did the Canadian ale. It's like we didn't even know what to put it on Untapped as, right? Like I think
it's like the cream ale.
Yeah, I think it'd go into like a cream ale, which didn't make any sense because it didn't have any corn in it or something like that. Like it didn't actually like fit into that category. But I do think that they need to like take a good look at this scene and be like if they're supposed to be like really like on what's going on like in the industry, they should be paying attention to a little bit more stuff like that because I think it would make a huge difference in like the rating categories.
Like getting the community awards and stuff. Like what would I'm curious because I don't think
whether it's community awards or just like rating higher. It's like, oh, okay, so this is like more of like a hazy IPA, which isn't like so thick and murky. It's very crushable. It's very delicious. So like it could rate higher like in the hazy category. And then when you're getting into like the hop saturated ales that are like thick and murky, it could be like a different category and rate higher like in that way.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and same with like the West Coast. Like there's like American IPA and West Coast IPA. That's all there is. And I feel like there's a very big difference between like a lot of those different areas and the West Coast variety.
I know that Sankiem, we were talking about that with them recently. I don't know if it's on the pod or just chatting separately, but like they delineate their series. So they have like an American IPA series that are all named after American things, like some California, Hollywood, whatever, some fucking West Coast words. And then the other one, so that's an American IPA. Then the West Coast ones are typically the ones that are like named after trees, like juniper and da-da-da. So like they have a different approach, but they're like West Coast connoisseurs. Nobody anywhere that I'm aware of, except for maybe like Maine Beer Co. or whatever, who I know Jacob like loves, are doing it in that way, like so seriously and so differently and so intentionally in that style. And they make them very, very separate. So I don't know. They don't take Untapped serious at all. I told him to, I'm like, I know you don't like it.
And it's probably just better not to take it. Like it's weird, but it's like it's probably just better to not take it seriously.
But put your shit there. When you say don't take it seriously, I mean more like make sure that your beers have the photo, the name, the ABV, the IBUs, the hops, the description. Have it there so it's there for people to check in. Because I think
that's a good thing to do. I don't think like even for me, it's like. And sometimes you look on there and someone's just you see someone and they had a random, they'll check in a random beer and they'll be like, oh, 2 stars or whatever. Great beer, and you're just like, oh, okay, cool, great.
Like fuck. It's never gonna work out in anyone's.
No, and we get so little ratings that when someone does that, it's like it really affects our like number, right? So and that's up to us as well. Like when
I think it's education.
And once we get bigger distribution, that also makes like a huge difference, right?
I think once you get the canning machine and you feel really like confident to pump out the cans to places like Duran Sidewalk, fucking all these different spots,
exactly.
Dominion, like you'll be in a position where more people are going to be rating it, and just I think it'll be a net positive because it'll be like. Right now, you're only getting the beer tourists who come to you for the most part, right? That are trying your stuff. Occasionally, those places you mentioned that have it on tap or whatever. But then, it's going to change, and I think it'll be better once it's in larger distribution. There's going to be a wider variety of opinions, and my assumption would be that the ratings would just improve because the beer is high quality. The beer is what like, you are speaking to that haze crowd. Obviously the other stuff is, but I imagine the distro is going to be haze forward.
Yeah, that's what I picture as well. I think more of the distribution will be more of like the haze and the West Coast IPA for sure.
Gotcha, which is what people are after and stuff.
Yeah.
Although, like, say someone like Durant, like, he got a pretty solid, like, crispy section and stuff. So,
Yeah.
the New Zealand Pilsner
Yeah.
would be perfect for something like that. And I bet he would take that to diversify his offerings as well. But all of that to say, I think that it would start to get, once you sort of get it in a few more, like, if you can get a keg at Bar Hop or be a Barvolo or fucking a few of these other little
Barvolo
places.
would be sick. Yeah.
So, like, I think it's just more like sometimes you might have to come down, show face, show some people, drop off some beer, talk to some stuff, shake some hands, all that bullshit. And that'll start to get the respect, and like the people are like, oh shit, like, all right, the name out there a little bit more, and then, that'll naturally change things. It seems that is the way with most people, though. Yeah, the fine balance example is unfortunate because you've got, you had your style like the light lager that brought it down, but they got the Hefeweizen and all these. They got more of those light lagers.
Like if all they ever did was their just absolutely incredible doubles, triples, quads, like their whole Nelson series this year was just fucking ridiculous. I don't know if you got to have those.
No, I didn't. I've had other ones in the past, but yeah, I think I missed.
They're so fucking good. I mean, even Boats and Cream, like Boats and Cream, or what was it? One?
Here it is. Yeah, it was supposed to be BA Oats and Cream, but they just made it like Boats and Cream.
It was, man, that was like so drinkable, so good. It was just incredible,
They killed it. It was so good. Yeah, let's get that caramel stout. We'll keep going.
Caramel stout.
Bam. So this little gem right here. So this is a collab, I see.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. So there's a local caramel shop, which is just fucking incredible. And they do all natural, all handmade caramels. They make like everything themselves. Her branding is amazing. Her social media is incredible. They do like such a good job.
And you actually use that caramel in the beer?
We did, yeah. So this was honestly, this was probably the most difficult brew that I ever did. Just because so we wanted to do gorgeous.
Look at that head, mate. Fuck.
This is like our stout glass that we generally use at the brewery. It's kind of like I don't even know what you call it, like more like a Belgian style glass, but
like a tulip type of thing.
Yeah, it's nice for this type of thing. Like we wanted to do. So they do this huge event at like a horse barn in the area. Cool. It's called Fall for Merrickville. It's crazy. So many people come out for it. We had our tap trailer set up there, and we were selling like all of our beer like on tap. I think they get like about like 100 vendors selling like cool art pieces and food and different stuff like that. There's like horse shows, like all this different stuff. But yeah, the Pickle and Myrrh, they make like all their own caramels. They sell like all over like North America. It's a very cool company. It's just all in Merrickville, and her branding's all like pink and like teal and like super exciting, and she does incredible social media. So it was really fun collaborating with them.
Sick, man.
Yeah, this is kind of like our base. Cheers.
Nice. I forgot about the spices: cinnamon, clove, and nutmeg as well. Money.
So
keep. Yeah,
we didn't want to do like, I think if we went full caramel on this, I think it would have just been like over the top. And the way that it ended up coming through is like so cinnamon, clove, nutmeg went into like the boil, and we got like kind of like these nice like a spice like forefront on the beer, and then it finishes off with like a really nice like kind of like light like caramel flavor. Like last year, I think you had the maple stout, I believe.
Oh, I love the mixed maple stout. Fire.
Yeah, but like same thing. Like we didn't want it like that was a really that was a hilarious thing. So like Mike, the other owner there, he has like a big like maple bush, and he does all of his own maple stout, all of his own like maple syrup. And we always have like, he always has like basically every weekend during maple season, like there's like 40 people there, like, you know, stoking the fire and like cooking the maple up and everything like that, drinking beer and hanging out. And one night he was like, you know, everybody had left and he got drunk and stuff like that. And he had a bunch of maple syrup on there, and it all kind of like toasted and became kind of like burnt, but he kept all of it. And we put that into the maple stout as well as a bunch of maple syrup. So it had this really, really nice, like toasted, like maple flavor to it. And it was like absolutely delicious. So now we have to recreate that every year of him getting hammered and falling asleep.
That's
with
a
the
new,
maple stout on. Yeah.
that's awesome.
But yeah, no, this turned out like I'm very happy with how it turned out. I think it fits very nicely into like the fall weather, and it's sold through like really, really well. And I feel like it's not overpowering with the caramel, because I feel like that's something that could like really jack up the flavor a lot.
Okay. I see what you're saying on the these guys are super cute.
Yeah, they're amazing. Her marketing and branding is like absolutely incredible. Like they do such a good job.
Okay, they do like a caramel advent calendar.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Yeah.
Good.
And so we didn't use any caramel extract or anything like that. We basically, she has like she sells like kind of like a jug of like honey, like it's like the consistency of honey, but it's like caramel. So you can like put it on desserts and stuff like that. And that's what we added to the beer. So I feel like it didn't, like if you added an extract, it might have like mixed into the beer a little bit better. Like we had to like, when we were fermenting it, like after it finished fermentation, we had to just like, we like added a whole bunch and then like kind of like bubbled it up and recirculated it a little bit. And then we were like tasting it and we're like, okay, that's not enough. And then we'd like add a little bit more, but we didn't want to go over the top with it. So a better name for it might have been like a spiced caramel stout or something like that, because I feel like the caramel is not like, it's not like the absolute main flavor. Like it's a little bit more of like a spiced caramel stout, but it was also tricky just like balancing it to make sure it wasn't like too sweet.
Right. That's sick, man, because it's not too sweet at all.
I don't think it comes through. I don't think it comes through as being like overly sweet. The spices come through like really nicely. It leaves like a really nice like finish on your palate of just like kind of like nice spice and then like kind of like a sweet finish. But it is slightly like, I brewed it like slightly bitter to compensate for more of the sugar that we were going to have in the beer from the caramel.
Yeah, I feel like the caramel kind of, it's like you said, it's in the end, right? It's not like an overpowering thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it was we did a very similar thing with the maple stout. It was like a nice kind of like dry stout with like a kind of like roasted like maple finish. I feel like some of them like become so sugary that it like just like absolutely overwhelms your palate.
And I guess a lot of it does get like kind of lost. They just ferment out, right? Like other sugars, like in maple, and because I think for people to get maple in beer, they have to do some other weird shit. Like, what the fuck? What do people do? It's like either maple extract to really get to taste it, even though the maple's in there, or you use like maple water or something like that, and that helps.
Oh, they like brew. Yeah, I've heard of people brewing with the maple water.
Yeah,
so before you like heat it up and like burn it down, you just literally use the maple water to brew. We've talked about doing that. I don't know how much that would like come through though. I feel like the yeast would just like eat all of that up.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's possible that it might as well. It depends how much sugar's in the maple water, I guess, and how much flavor it's got. The other thing I see people do is they use I think they call Bliss, BL lowercase IS, which is like some sort of maple barrel. Unless it's maple bourbon. I'm thinking maple bourbon. But either way,
that would be cool too.
Put that shit in a little maple barrel for a bit. I don't think you need it in there for long. Just enough to kind of like catch the flavor. Because maple's such a subtle. I mean, when you're having maple syrup or having like the taffy or something like that, it's like doesn't feel subtle. But in a chocolatey fucking thing like this, it's a very different experience. But this is great, man.
All my friends, I think, was it Sticky?
Sticky was a double IPA, I think.
It was like a maple double IPA. And it was like, I tried a bunch of kind of like maple IPAs that always came off as being just like super sweet and super mapley, and they balanced it like really, really well. It was just like nice and hop forward, like not too bitter, and then like a really, really nice like kind of like maple finish on the end of the IPA, and it was very cool. That was like the best kind of like maple beer that I've had like that, because I've had some like maple lagers that are absolutely terrible.
Maple lager, what do they do?
I don't know. It's not something I gravitate towards, but I've tried them and I'm just like, no. It's like it just blows your taste buds out. It's too sweet. You know?
That's a fair point. I haven't heard of maple lager. I guess it'd be fuck. What do they do? I feel like there's some other way to get the flavor in, but I don't know why you would want a maple lager. Really, I like innovation and ridiculous stuff.
Yeah.
But like maple lager, I mean,
I feel like seasonal beers are very cool and they can be very interesting, but they also have to be like, they have to like hit the palate in the right way, you know?
Yeah, I like the dumbest, most stupidest stuff for the most part, just because I like the idea of, I'm not a purist on about, it sounds like both of us didn't really get into beer like forever ago, where we're all up, like the purist type folks who would get mad. People, I don't know if you remember, but we had a thing pre-COVID where we had like Team Lactose, because everyone got mad at lactose in beer.
Okay.
So me and Nate started a Twitter account called Team Lactose, and we would just, all we would do was promote beers with lactose in it, and we were obsessed with it.
Oh my god, that's amazing!
Like problematically obsessed, because people got so mad about it.
Okay.
So like we had a bunch of collabs. Like it's kind of fault, but we did like a collab with Nickelbrook, and they did a, back in the day, if you remember, they did a green apple Pilsner.
Okay.
And it was like a beer that was like, it was a weird one, but it was interesting. And I knew the lady she left there, but I was like, hey, how about why don't we do a smoothie version of it, a green apple? Because they retired that beer long ago, and they were like, we're down to do it, but why don't we do a lager still, but we'll do it in the Rorschach style, because Rorschach did the systematic desensitization, which is like an horchata lager with lactose and a bunch of other spices in a lager. That shit works. Whatever the fuck Matt and the team are doing there worked. So we did the same thing there, but with green apple and lactose and stuff like that, and it was sick. It was so good. So like we were trying to put lactose in everything we possibly could, and people got so mad at that stuff. So I'm like, oh, you get mad? Fuck you! I'm going tripling down.
I'm going way into it. Yeah.
Totally. But I didn't. Arguably, like you, Nate and I didn't have like a tie. There was, if you were in beer in 1997 and you went to Prague and you had it that way, and that's what beer is, and anything else is a bastardization. I get it, but I'm like that with rap. Like, I would take it very, very seriously. Like I used to. I'm a bit more chill now, but there was a period where it's anything that wasn't like what I would consider hip hop, like I would be very mad about. I got really mad at all the auto-tune rappers and all the new stuff. Now a lot of it's I'm more just like, it's everywhere. What are you gonna do? Be mad at everything? But like it's one of those things in beer. I always thought it was just so funny when people start fucking with things. And I guess it's what it's for. There's some things need to be, I guess maybe as I'm getting older, some things need to be left as they are. Don't fuck with a Czech Pilsner. Like let it, double, triple decoct, let them shits be.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like, in a style like something crazy, like a barrel-aged stout, pastries, all the crazy shit, smoothies, whatever, like go fucking nuts. This is awesome. Like, I don't think anyone would really be mad at something like this. This is not like too bonkers and stuff. But yeah, there's definitely, it was a what's the word? Just a bunch of folks who weren't particularly into the experimentation in beer.
Yeah, but like it was like when I was at Third Moon, it was so fucking cool. It's like every tank was
crazy.
It was just doing something different. Every tank was it's like, oh, we got a triple IPA in here. We're doing this crazy thing. Oh, like here's like here's a smoothie sour that we're doing like this. Like oh yeah, there's a bunch of like poblano peppers and like this one here, and like, oh, we're doing this like there's so many cool things going on there. It was just wild. Like every tank had like a cool, interesting, different beer going on. And I know that's their wheelhouse, and that's they're working in, but they're pushing the limits of like the different things that you can do. You know, it's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really taking it to the nth degree. I saw in the same newsletter that came out today with the Beautiful Gather collab, they were talking about they did their Epoch smoothie and they had a Caesar one, which they've done in the past.
Yeah.
But now they did it with this. I know the dude. His name's Tom. He owns Tijuana Tom's Hot Sauce. He collabs with a lot of breweries, and he'd sent me some stuff in the past that is like it's really good. I don't know what I have it, and I'm like I have to have Pepto or whatever the fuck. It just fucks with my. It's too much. Like I love spicy stuff, but it's like shit is like like the ass burning fucking hot sauce.
Oh yeah, the good stuff.
The good stuff. So they did a version of the Caesar with this hot sauce, and they did an extra spicy version.
Yeah, I tried both of them.
I mean,
they're like I was like super hungover, like trying to get in there and brew with them and stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh, you want to try this like spicy Caesar?" I was like, "Yeah." Like,
how was it?
Well, like no, like that was the crazy thing though. It's like and then we've got we've got this spicy Caesar in one tank, and then we have like a non-spicy Caesar in like the other tank, and like. But I tried the spicy Caesar, and it was so fucking good. Like it was so
sick.
I was
Are you a Caesar guy though?
Medium level, like like enough that I had that when I was pretty hungover, and I was like, oh, this is exactly what I needed, Which
that's
is
really cool.
That's Caesar territory, But no, like that was one of the cool things about being there. They just like they're so nonchalant about all of the different things they're doing. It's so in their wheelhouse to be like working at like out of their comfort zone. Like it's cool to see that where it's just like they're just they're just making these like really cool different beers or smoothies or whatever they are, and just like owning it and being like really good at it and experimenting and fucking around and like just talking with the brewers about like the different like problems they've had and how they solve them and stuff like that. And it's like they're very creative, they're very smart, they're very good at like solving problems and stuff. And like it was really being there and seeing all the different shit in the tanks was like, wow, you guys are working in like a very wide variety and they're excelling at like all of these wide varieties. Like it's very neat to see, Yeah,
that's awesome, man. I'm glad you got to experience that. So then to sort of bring this homeward, on that note then, where do you see it's kind of perfect because we're doing this in like the end of November. Like where do you see Gather going in 2026 and beyond? Where do you want to take it? What do you hope to do? Talk to me.
I haven't had my January planning committee yet, so
okay, so we need to wait for that.
Yeah, no, like what, I think it's been like a very interesting year for us, like like opening the kitchen in the spring, like like getting brewing, getting all the different things going on, expanding. I think we have some like really good plans for like next year, but it's one of those things where it's just like at this point in the year, we're just trying to survive the next like month and a half.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that, like that's like every time I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like pretty stressed and stuff like that. Like my wife's like, yeah, you got like 3 more weeks and then you're like, you're fine, So it's like
just get through the rest of the year.
Exactly. Like I feel like in January I'll get to like look over the numbers, look over things, look at like all these different things. But like I feel like next year we've got like a lot of like great ideas that are gonna like work really well and like build out our brand. But it's also just like it's following what people want. It's following what what works with the brand, and like building that like out. Yeah.
I mean, you got the canning line coming, so there's going to be like the idea would be to have the super reliable cans that you're very happy with and then move into distribution.
Yeah.
Like
we're hopefully getting a bigger like brew house. We're hopefully getting like more like bigger fermenters so we can like have like bigger output, like getting a better canning operation so we can move out more cans. Like there's a massive amount of growth potential. And like I think that's one of the interesting things that we did was like starting really small gave us the ability to actually like run out of beer and be like, okay, That's good. It's not that it's a bad thing to start out big, and lots of people start out big, and that's like wonderful that they're able to do that. We had a very like small amount of money to build out our brew house and build our fermenters, and we like we basically built out the entire brewery operation with cash and like didn't take on any debt to do that. And that was like one of our goals was like don't take on any debt in order to like get the whole brewing operation going on, and we did that. And then it was great. We found out that we needed more beer, and it's like perfect. Okay, cool. So we can like build out like a bigger operation and like get that moving and put out more beer, and it will be accepted into the market because we were very undersupplied during the summer. So I think just like building that out and making sure that we're like well stocked and operations are moving like well and properly, and beer is getting moved out will make like a massive difference, and like giving the people what they want and continuing with the like all the haze stuff has been going like very well so far. So if we can continue on with like our trajectory with that, I think we'll make people happy on that front and on every other front. So yeah.
It's exciting, man. I'm excited to see that growth. I'm excited to see your cans at Durand and and people drinking it in the bars around here as well, and just seeing that kind of next level. Because once again, the level of haze that you're doing on the small scale already is not common to be making stuff that good at your early stage in the game. So if you're able to keep that going and improve that, as you just said, which is I assume what you meant in that, and just keep that going, keep tightening it the fuck up and getting it to where you want, because you are a top tier haze consumer and you know what you want. So I imagine you probably won't rest until that is hitting the levels that you wanted to make. And it's and getting that out here more once you sort of got all that sorted, and I'm sure the canning line will arrive just at the right time for that, and then more collabs. To keep, collabs are honestly one of the best marketing things that you can do. Put your name in the in front of a lot more people, particularly with the caliber of folks like Third Moon who obviously see what you're doing and want to be involved with that, which is a beautiful thing. As well, you've already had Fine Balance, which is already incredible. So it keeps going. Hopefully, you can do the same in Quebec and just keep this shit pushing.
I'd love to get into Quebec.
I mean, if I can help in any way, like
it made me so happy seeing like all my friends doing all those collaborations with Quebec breweries. Like,
wasn't it dope?
Like I was born in Quebec. Like I have such a love for the Quebec breweries. Like they're doing so much good work. Like I would absolutely love to do more collaborations on that front. It would be amazing. Yeah.
It'll happen, Doug.
Like we should do that in Ontario too. It's like we should be absolutely like arm in arm with them, Yeah.
It's been happening a lot more because when I moved, it was interesting. It really has. I moved here in 2010. I moved to Montreal in 2012. And being not from Canada, not from Quebec or Ontario, I was doing music at the time pretty heavy. And the rappers and everybody weren't really working with each other between the provinces that much. I'm like, and I was coming from this side, so I knew more people here. Then I started getting to know people there, and like people were coming out, or I would hook up shows for people or collabs or whatever, and it was starting to happen. Then I got in the beer world, and it was the same thing. People just head down working, which I understand, but I'm like, the neighbors are right there, and very few people were really working with each other. And then over time, I saw that just continue to explode. Like I know the True History and Melon worked together a fuck ton. I think Melon was just here last weekend. There's so many more. The All My Friends thing was perfect. Messo's been working with a bunch of people out here. Sankiyama got some stuff coming up.
We're seeing like more and more, and I love it. It's great. Like we should be absolutely amalgamated with them. There's no reason, No. There's absolutely no reason. And we're such strong like brewing communities. Like some of the best beer in the world is coming out in this like little tiny sector of the world, and it's like these guys should be working together, Yeah. So if we could do some Quebec collaborations, that would be like I went to Sir John's in what was that last year?
You did tell me that, yes.
Oh, so good.
Ooh.
I went to Nano Cinco in September, like Nano
Disgusting.
Fucking so good.
Out of control.
Yeah.
Out of control.
Like
Sir John's
absolutely
anniversary.
Crushing it. there's so many good Quebec. And I love all my Ontario breweries, but like Quebec, like I love what they're doing. They're doing fantastic work. Collaborating with any of them would be amazing. You know,
Hey man, vision board, make that manifest that shit. It'll happen. Keep pushing out what you're doing. You're already on the way, man. And I feel like you just got to get on the radar of a few of these folks. And I don't think it'd be too difficult because you already got on the radar. You already got a Third Moon collab coming up in a few weeks. So I mean, like that's gonna get people to be like, oh, who's this? What's going on here?
Yeah.
And you know, you just in their newsletter that came out today or yesterday, whenever it was. So it's a beautiful thing, man. It's an exciting time for you. I'm really happy for you, dude. I think it's just so cool because I know when we were talking a year ago, and we've been talking. I don't even remember when did we?
We've been talking for a while. Yeah,
it must have been a couple of at least 2 years, I would say. Probably, right?
Because
I've been rocking these glasses for a bit, so you know, and just we all, you know, you, me, and Nate became mates. We're just chatting all the time and stuff, and it's really cool to see, you know, when we did the pod with you and Alex last year, and that was a really great one to sort of shed the light on what you both are doing, and to see both you guys go on and just fucking kill it in your own right in different ways it's so nice. It's so cool, man. And then see you out here at the OCBs and just like fucking chatting it up with everybody and doing your thing. And like, I don't know, it's really, really nice to see, and particularly in such a short space with from the brewing side for you. You know, the bar side's one thing, but the brewing side's a whole different venture. Yeah. And the quality of the beer, just everything I'm having, it just keeps getting better and better. And I truly appreciate you, and I know Nate does too, for making sure that we're you know, kept up to date with what you're doing. It's exceptional shit, dude. I'm extremely impressed, and I'm really excited to see more and more people discover what you're doing. And to try what it is that you're up to, and to get down. I got to get my bitch ass down there in 2026 for sure.
Yeah, you got to come down. Come on now.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what the fuck our problem is. I guess we never go east anymore. We used to always when I lived in Montreal, because we were coming here all the time, I'd be going past it sometimes twice a month. Like it was nothing. And now since we moved out here, we're just never. I couldn't tell you the last time I've been east of Toronto. It's obscene, but I do need to make that trip. In particular, your Airbnb that you'd showed me was gorgeous out there.
Yes, come stay at the cabin.
Yeah, that'd be like a nice little like a winter weekend or something like that.
Man, in the winter it's amazing. Yeah,
I should tell them.
Hot tub sauna, it's great.
It's got a sauna.
Oh yeah, I built a sauna. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it the stone? The stone.
It's a wood-fired sauna with stone on the inside.
That's what. We had a sauna in my building in Montreal, and I use it every day. And I haven't used a sauna in 3.5 years. And
it was so good for you.
So bad. It's the greatest thing on earth. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm gonna talk to her right after we talk. Lock at the fuck in, Mike. This is awesome, brother. Thank you. Look, we hit over 4 hours. Look, I knew it would be long.
We did it.
We knew how we get down. We crossed the beers, dude. Everything's exceptional. Congrats on all the success. Really appreciate you. Stick around. We'll finish up off air. But where can everybody find Gather online and in real life?
Gather Brewing Glassworks on Instagram and Facebook. Yeah, you can email us there. It's the same thing with the website. So yeah,
Gather Brewing and Glassworks, and check it out. People can come by. They can book glass blowing sessions. They can eat at the restaurant. They can come in for brews, wine, cider,
everything,
anything you need. And this will come out before the holiday. So if you're looking for local artisanal holiday gifts or experiences, particularly if you're sort of within the Ontario, Quebec region, it's like a nice little trip. You can come out, you can go and you can make a fucking glass and go and have a glorious meal. And
we're doing snowman workshops right now, so you can come and make your own little snowman. It's amazing.
That's so good, man. Dude, you guys are on it, bro. I love it so much. Very good on you. All right, we'll finish up off air. Guys, Mike, you're a champion, brother. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out and spending the time and just being a legend, bro. I appreciate you immensely.
Thank you for having me.
Such a pleasure. Everybody, thank you for watching and listening. If you enjoyed the episode, smash the thumbs up, hit subscribe below, hit that notification bell so you know when the new drops. Follow us everywhere at BAOS Podcast. Check out the long form audio, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. Give us 5 stars. Not for me, goddammit, for Uncle Michael right here. And we will see y'all in the next one. Cheers, y'all.